computer.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
This is what you see is what is to come. It's the first time you see the Space Center Wellness Center. These systems can reach man in the deepest part of the universe. As you can see, the transmutation and transportation of the soul and the physicality is within the system. And you will see each system on its own. It can reach all conditions of unwellness of the body of the man operated by doctors. It is part of the space program. And for the first time, we show what is to come. And these machines have been operating for past 12 months. We know how they work. And some of you who've been to LINS sat in some of these systems. Now they've been positioned as one of the first wellness centers in the world. Now you see the future of wellness, feeding, and making peaceful man out of the man. In this center, in coming months, hundreds of these units will be installed. And more or less anyone in the world can reach. As you can see, there is room enough to add huge number, and the doctors will monitor everything remote. This is more or less the hospitals of tomorrow, with no patients.
And welcome everyone to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for March 31st, 2024. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skorick, and each and every one of the participants who are here in the matter state and those who are here in the dimension of energy. I think this is what Mr. Keshe is pointing us to in this latest workshop, that we need to break from this tradition of matter state fields and move into the universal or the cosmic ray type of operation. And of course, it's for each one to make their own decision, but the foundation is giving you the option. And we're going to cover a number of clips today. Hopefully it's not too long, about this cosmic ray material that he's introducing it, because it's basically no limitations and no restrictions when using this. And he went into quite a bit of detail about how the UFOs have lost many crafts. He indicated this in the past as well, that flying in the matter state, we always thought they were much more advanced, but he seemed to boil it down to they're still in the matter state. As we've said many times, if they knew how to transmute, they wouldn't be in the ship. So basically, we're both in the same position, even though their level of knowledge is far more advanced. We couldn't hold the door for them and knowledge, but they're still moving magnetic gravitational positioning and a few other tricks, I think, that are thrown in there. So Mr. Keshe is saying it's time to make a choice, and now we can talk about the birds and the bees in a way. He said we could talk about boys and girls before, but now we're moving it up. So this is the reason of introducing the cosmic rays. This type of material, this type of travel, the C14, maybe we'll review something in the 262 from 5 years ago, where he brought up this key, this carbon 14, and this is one of the things, among other things, that are going to be introduced to allow us to make that connection in the dimension of energy without any matter state. As he said in the workshop, the fields of the banana will do you no good. The fields of the meat in the universe will do you no good. We're leaving the matter state sort of idle in a way, even though it may be encompassed by the soul. And then he went into quite a bit how we'd almost like stumble by coming back into the matter state again, almost like rebirthing again. And maybe you'll scratch your head and say, why did I make this mistake again? Although I don't fully understand it, as I say, I understand 1/1,000,000th of 1/1,000,000th of 1% of this knowledge. But we're growing. We're understanding a little bit more, and that's what all these workshops and these teachings are about. Gradually, step by step, we bring you into it. And of course, one of the things he mentioned in this workshop is that we really don't have the knowledge to connect the magnetic fields together because of our lack of knowledge of cosmic rays. So this is why we have a lot of talk, but we don't have a lot of show. And this is probably where we're heading in some of these research groups, and start working with this dimension of energy rather than the dimension of the matter state. But we'll cover a few of these things, and don't be offended if you don't understand fully. You probably understand much more than you realize. And many of these things we're doing, as we know, when we sleep or dream or have a daydream, you're operating on that line of carbon 14, I believe. But there's much more to it. And as he said, once we start to enter into this energy dimension, there's a whole lot of knowledge that we'll start learning that we had no clue about. And he mentioned that, and hopefully we'll cover it in today's workshop. Would anyone like to say anything or make any comments at this point? Feel free to at any time. You all have mics, and feel free to open them up. We always start with the World Peace Treaty, and of course, that's the way we'll start today. And this is our basic peace treaty: finding peace within yourself, finding peace within your immediate environment, friends, neighbors, work, social events, and others, and then finding peace with the universal community. And of course, the idea of eating and killing in space is not accepted, and it's not acceptable. So we need to go into the space as a real understanding of living in the universal fields, let's call it. And this is why he's bringing in the cosmic rays, because again, it allows us to reach a new way to achieve that we really didn't really understand before. even working with the fields, I thought we were working with some plasmatic fields, but it does seem like we've been working with the magnetico-gravitational fields of the matter state. So we'll find out more, but this is our World Peace Treaty. And again, it's for you to find that peace within yourself. I don't think anyone can put a spell on you or wave a hand and just make you become peaceful, as Mr. Keshe indicated. They could do it, but we'd never keep it. It would be a magic show that everybody became peaceful. So we have to bring the change, and the change starts, I believe, within yourself. The World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, whether it's for your nation, territory, council, religion, city, a body, or a soul. Simply put your name, signature, date, position held on behalf of, again, the nation, the territory, the council, the religion, the city, the town, or as an individual. Have it witnessed. And after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. We know the Creator shows himself in trillions of different faces around the universe. So we're going to have to be peaceful with all of them. And again, you don't have to sign this in the matter state. You can sign it with the pen of your heart or your soul. And this is the way it's going to work in the universe. I think it's going to be more feeling and other entities and through emotions and the rest of this that the interactions will take place. So this is a document you can find on the Keshe Foundation website. You can download it, you can share it. And this is the exact same document that world leaders, world religious leaders, and others will sign to start going through this process of becoming a peaceful, without really losing anything. We're not going to lose. We're actually going to be enhanced or elevated by going through this process and moving up, let's say, from the matter state to a higher order of understanding and an enlightenment. And maybe it will be so beautiful you may not want to go back into the matter state. But again, Mr. Keshe says over time you may get tired of being in the energy state where there's only energy and emotions to interact with. And you may want to come back into the matter state, regardless of its shortcomings, to taste, to feel, to hold a beautiful woman, to drink a glass of wine, or maybe have a beautiful meal. Again, we're just basically understanding the two dimensions, and the second one, we thought we had it, but I don't think we've gotten as close as we think. But on the other hand, maybe we've gotten farther than we understand. So feel free to share this, download it if it's your wish to see peace. Path of Peace is made very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness. By giving, will create that position of change, no other thing. So we're going to use our own energies, our own reactors to bring the change. And when we reach a tipping point, I think we'll see peace breaking out. And on the other hand, Mr. Keshe is working quite vigorously in the matter state, as we heard with the Tesla cars and a few other goodies that are coming down the pike in the very near future, I'd say. And some of that was shown in the conference in Sanya, which was a beautiful conference in the matter state, as well as beautiful in the knowledge that was shared. I haven't been to every single conference, but as Mr. Keshe said, it was one of the best conferences, if not the best conference he's ever attended. So a lot of things will come out of it. I'm sure in the background, it may not all be announced publicly, but things are moving in a beautiful direction. Okay, so where shall we go from here? Anyone have any comments or thoughts? Anyone want to share anything? I see a couple people that were in Sanya. Is there any general things you'd like to share? If not, that's fine. we can go to, what I thought we would do is spend about 10 minutes in the 262nd Knowledge Seekers Workshop, where Mr. Keshe talked again about this carbon-14. This was 5 years ago, and of course, he's bringing it up again. This is the space fuel. We know the CH3 is very close to it. And just to, again, broach this subject on the carbon-14, this is our real connection to the universe. Not flying in the matter state craft, as we said, even though we're quite enamored and their knowledge is quite deep. If they knew how to transmute, they certainly wouldn't be in the craft and traveling at the speed of carbon rather than the speed of the creator or the plasmatic magnetic gravitational fields. So they're basically, we're all in the same position, trying to get back to the mother, trying to get back to understanding the soul and using those energies to move ourselves or traveling along the line of that C14 and others, probably. It's just an amazing revelation, and slowly we're being brought into this, and the foundation is supplying materials to accommodate that. We'll take a look at that in the store later. But let's go to the 262 Knowledge Seekers Workshop. I think I have it here. I have it clicked here, but this is the YouTube one. I thought I had downloaded it earlier so we could play it, and now it doesn't seem to. There it is. Let's just listen to this for about 10 minutes and how this carbon-14 interacts with almost every area of our life, of the physicality and the energy state. He went on to say it can produce cancer and it can balance cancer out. So there's a lot of mysteries, in a way, to me, thinking and working with this carbon-14 and other cosmic rays. So we'll take about 10 minutes. If you'd like to stop it, just say, and we'll stop it.
And become more aware of our own structure. In the past weeks, I start talking about one of the most fundamental elements in the world of the creation. One of the most important elements of creation in the line of communication and transportation for man will be and is carbon-14. Under the atmospheric pressures of this planet does not exist in the structure of the life of the man works immensely. But in so many ways, man not having the understanding of knowledge, man has taken it as part of continuous misunderstanding of the knowledge of creation. And in so many ways, because of the characteristics of the structure, man lives by this miscomprehension. And in the process of the science of life, always makes a mistake between this matter and what we call oh, something happened here. We have made a lot of mistakes in the structure of the totality. What does this mean? Is that carbon-14 in a structure, matter state, will show itself in majority of cases in the body of the man and in the work of the plants as nitrogen. But in reality, the dynamic structure of the work of the universe, which is similar as a macro in macro, the work of communication line of the body of the man, it structures itself into line of transfer of energy and line of separation of energy. It's very much like a plastic or wax shielding on a process between the lines of the emotion of the man. It plays a very specific characteristics because it behaves very much like insulation. It's very much like a diamond structure, very much what we call graphene, but in a dynamic plasmatic form. And this is what we need to understand to be able to structure the life of the man and understand the whole process of creation in the process of understanding of the work of the physicality. There is a line of work which a lot of scientists have overlooked, and a lot of misunderstanding in it has brought us a lot of problems to be able to bring the dimension of the physicality into operation of the soul of the man, soul of the physicality, separation of the understanding of the line of communication. And this process will take time to understand in full. But what is important for us is how we have seen the structure of the physicality of the man. And have we understood the separation of the line in the structure? And how everything in that structure comes to be part of the total energy balance of the soul of the man, the physicality of the man, the existence of the man, and to what extent can we envisage to be able to go further. We got to look at the different structure. We got to look at the real structure. We got to understand the totality of the physical structure of the man. And something which comes up and pops up very, very nicely. But as I said, in the world of science, in the world of chemistry, in the world of biology, we have brought this misunderstanding, which now, as I said, we have to correct. And then it becomes a path, it becomes a beginning in understanding how and the way things are brought together, things are processed together, things are put together in the physical structure of the man through the connection of the body of the man with his physicality, with his soul. In so many ways, we got to go back to the basic and make some small corrections or add to the knowledge to be able to go to the next step. If we look and understand how, in which steps mankind has taken a step and has gone through the process of creation, a lot of mysteries about the life of the man, operation of the life of the man, the soul of the man, operation of the soul of the man, operation of physicality of the man, all can be understood. All can be taken to the next step, all can be added or can be understood to be added. What does this mean? One of the fundamental problems in the whole cycle of the understanding of the physiology of the man is the construction of the physicality of the man, and how everything has been based on one or two elements, but man has calculated everything else but these one or two elements. This is very much like we have missed half of the equation. We have missed half of the knowledge. We have missed part of it which was really there and we didn't see. Or we never understood that this is part of totality. This is part of we've been missing. This is, in essence, part which will bring us, forces us. We have no choice but to understand it, to be able to continue with it, to be able to extract from it the real knowledge. And in so many ways, this carbon-14 as the energy of the plasma, as energy of the fields of the plasma, has never been understood in clarity. And man has made, because of his presence, a lot of mistakes in the structure of the amino acid of the body of the man. It causes cancers and it cures cancers. It creates the destruction of the connection layers of the brain of the man. Leads to your age, your stroke, leads to understanding of the total work. It affects every operation of the physicality of the man. It affects every operation of the soul of the man. It affects every connection between the soul of the man and soul of the physicality.
Okay, I think we'll stop it there. You can go to the 262 Knowledge Seekers Workshop and finish this up, but you can see that it's interacting with everything, the physicality, the soul, the connections, separating the physicality from the neural system. There's so many things, and this was 5 years ago. Mr. Keshe is bringing it back up again and introducing the cosmic ray material and other things to help us to gain an even broader understanding of our, let's say, the matter state of the energy, the matter state. There's so much energy in our matter state. I know he goes on to say in the workshop how with just one piece of metal, just the energy that's holding that metal together can feed the entire humanity if we could release it. So there's many, many things, but he's basically coming to the idea of separation from the physicality and moving into the dimension of the energies of the fields of the universe and operation in that sort of, and the C14 is one of the fuels, if not the major fuel, in accomplishing this. So there's much more to it. I hardly understand it, but it is a key to so many things. And as he said, we've missed half of the equation in a way by not fully understanding it. I also wanted to bring up that, of course, today is Easter, as I understand it. And want to wish everyone who celebrates in that tradition the best of the day and the best of the year, and understanding a little bit more of what Christ actually showed us. We know here are the three kings in a way from Persia who brought gifts to Christ. Some say it was precious oil, others say it was precious metals, others say it was precious incense. But as Mr. Keshe indicated to all of us, the Christians miss this. The gift from the three wise men, as we all know now, of course, it hasn't been changed in the holy books, was to think good, to speak good, and to do good. And these are the three gifts of the three wise men that were brought to the Christ child in a way. And of course, we also missed it upon Christ's exit. I was looking for something that was played in the German language community, and Mr. Keshe went into this transmutation or resurrection of Christ. And of course, we all miss that as Christians as well. As Mr. Keshe said, Christ did not die on the cross. His body might have went limp and they thought he was
Mike,
dead. Yes?
question before you
Yes.
move further.
Yes, yes.
On that three gifts, it seems to be in the dimension of the or the essence of the soul. Was that a gift of the baby, Jesus, or a gift from the Creator to mankind?
Yeah, I think it was a gift to all of us. And this is the understanding of Mitraism, I think, to speak good, to think good, and to do good. And then you've really completed a lot and also create a shield of protection around you in many, many ways. Because a lot of our problems, our diseases, and other things come from emotions, of thinking wrong, of focusing on certain emotions. So the thinking good, speaking good, and doing good, it's not as easy as it sounds. If anyone has tried to practice this, we catch ourselves many times slipping in so many ways, but it is a beautiful gift for all of us to realize what the true gifts of the three wise men from Persia brought. So as we were saying, we missed it at the birth, and we also missed it at the crucifixion, where Christ did not die on the cross. He actually transmuted into another person. Of course, he was sought after, so he had to transmute, but he showed us how to save yourself. He didn't die, as it says, for all of us and all the rest of that story. He showed you how to save yourself or give yourself a dimension of immortality through this process of transmutation. And I think you probably need to use the C14 for that. I'm not exactly sure. But he changed into another man. They might have thought he was dead on the cross, but he actually moved to northern Spain and southern France and continued on his existence. I think he was probably the only one that has understood. And of course, Christ is a special case. But this whole idea of dying and dying for you, no, he showed you how to save yourself. Rather than all this other grandma's talk and the rest of the chat we see in many of the holy books. He walked off the cross as another man. I'm sure they carried him off as a limp body, put him in a tomb. And one of the stories that's interesting in the holy book, in the Bible, let's say, is when Mary approached Christ in the tomb, and he didn't look the same. He actually changed his physicality so he would look like a different person. But he shared stories with Mary about places they had gone and people they had met, maybe parties they had been to or events and other things. And that's when she realized, even though he didn't look like the Christ she remembered, it was the same soul and the same soul of physicality. And she said, "You are the Christ." And so that, Mr. Keshe has opened that up quite nicely for us. So we missed it at the birth, but now we have it. We also missed it, which is still being taught in many of the churches and other places today, about this story of the resurrection and sort of a tale in a way to abuse the man and cash out his pocket and his soul. So you are the one that will save yourself as the last man standing. And you can continue this process into infinity, as I understand it, until you're ready to finally separate and become part of the fields of everywhere. So you can play off the dimension of energy against the dimension of physicality, or continue to transmute in the physicality, where one day you could be a dog, another day a man, and another day a fish. This is the abilities we have as we're made in the image of the Creator. So I just thought I'd share that for Easter. Anyone else want to add anything about Easter and this resurrection or this transmutation that Christ really showed us, but it was sort of covered up over the years into something different? Okay, very good. Let's continue on with the workshop if I can find it. Did I take it out of this? I may have. Let me just see if I can find it. Here it is. Okay, so we're in the 531st Knowledge Seekers Workshop. So we heard about the carbon-14, how it's connected to every aspect of our lives, even though we're been totally unaware of it, missed the whole idea of it. We're still operating in the matter state with reactors, and this is what he said, the reactors are matter state, and the non-containment is more of the energy, and this is what he's trying to bring us into. Of course, you'll have a choice. But as he indicates in here, that the UFOs are, you'll still could get a flat tire with them. You're still traveling in the dimension of carbon, very slow, even though it's much faster than we're used to. And you need shielding, and you need to be fed, and you need probably a number of other things. So it's still the matter state, even though we're quite impressed with the ability to use magnetic fields to, in the matter state, to find a position. Magnetic gravitational positioning, I think they call it. And there's a few other fancy things they do as well. But amazingly enough, it's still in the matter state. Now, man is being gifted this knowledge to be able to move in the dimension of magnetic fields, which are instantaneous. As he said, there's no traveling for hundreds or thousands of light years to get to a destination unless you want to go in the matter state. So let's hear a little bit from the beginning, and we'll try to move through this workshop, and we'll conclude with the Tesla car. which Mr. Keshe is indicating that perhaps they'll take the battery out and the motor out and the shock absorbers out and show the hovering car, which was meant to be shown, I think, in Eindhoven in 2011. But certain people blocked it and the rest, and now it's come full circle. And as he said in the conference, the electric car is really devastating to the planet, and we need to change over. And the electric car is going the way of the dinosaur, let's say. He gave a few examples, but let's start in the beginning where he's laying out this understanding of choosing in a way, or realizing that there are magnetic fields and then there's plasmatic magnetic gravitational fields in the dimension of plasma rather than in the dimension of matter state energy. And this is my understanding, so it's for each and every one of you to understand, explore, and open up this knowledge for yourself as far as what it means to you, not what I tell you it's supposed to mean to you.
Thing, as now we open the mystery of the matter state of entity to its energy. So it's not that we have found something new. No, we have just understood what we missed up to now about the creation. And this missing of the knowledge is common in the universe. You got to understand, if somebody on planet Zeus had the knowledge to come to Earth through transmutation and spend few seconds on the way, would it have made all these crafts traveling? How many of them lost on the way? How many tests were done till they got it right? And most probably these ships somewhere, we call UFOs, will make a mistake and then all passengers gone. So you understand the difference between UFO and rocket space technology of NASA or Mr. whoever who's getting into the competition, or nations space technologies like Chinese and the Russians and the Iranians, is nothing but another dimension of physicality. Nothing has changed. Man has not moved into the dimension of energy. And it's for the first time, this knowledge, this way of sharing knowledge has started. We are setting the cornerstones for man to be able to have an option between both dimensions of the energy of the matter and the matter state of matter. You burn the candle to create light, to create heat. You burn that fuel to create heat, to burn it, to run a generator, to create electricity from it. Now you can make the gas of that fuel and get more energy out of it to his fields than actually burning it. You don't need few millions of gallons of it to create megawatts of energy. You need grams of it to create megawatts of energy. This is the change. This is what we're talking about. This is where most of you knowledge seekers are getting lost. Mr. Keshe speaks about cosmic rays. Now it's a new fashion. It's not a new fashion. It is understanding. You have matured that now we can talk about the birds and the bees. Up to now was boys and girls, be good. This is about the marriage of the man, amalgamating the life of the man into the universe. Not just boys, get on the UFO, we'll take you somewhere else. We haven't changed your donkey with the UFO. Where both need energy to be fed, to be taken, to be positioned. Even the UFO uses magnetic field positioning of being attracted and going somewhere, and all the games in it. So now we have to understand this, because this cosmic ray, which is the magnetic field of the matter state, has become a dilemma for many of our knowledge seekers, because us in Keshe Foundation before used the plasma and confused the scientists. Now we use cosmic rays and we literally stir it up.
Okay, sometimes you wonder why he takes these pauses. He actually explained it in that 262 workshop. Why he takes such long pauses at about 33 minutes. I just thought I'd interject this here, because he's allowing the soul to take in what he's spoken. Somehow it's allowing, this is what he told Rick, why he takes such long pauses. He started doing that, he said, for the soul to understand or to absorb what was just conveyed. Now he goes into this part here about how we've, in a way, missed it. We're not able to really connect because we haven't understood the cosmic rays and creating these energies, connecting these energies, and doing something with these energies. And I think this is why we haven't fully, I think he gets into it more in about 15 minutes. So let's listen to this a little bit carefully, and you'll see what he's saying about you buy a car on the internet, you put it together, but you don't know how to drive it. Or you do know how to drive it, but there's no roads to get there. So it's our lack of understanding using this cosmic ray material to connect these fields together in order to do something with them. And again, as Mr. Keshe said, a lot of this knowledge is not going to be let out into the public until the souls are ready for it, but you'll be able to use it and apply it as made by the Keshe Foundation. So this is just my understanding at this point. But let's continue on with this. And I was going to move it up, but maybe we'll let him continue to share with you.
So you got to understand what is and what separates the two methods, even in dimension of UFOs, in the dimension of record technology. You're still relying on the matter-state magnetic fields, where in what we call cosmic ray, in the plasma technology, you work, you operate on the length and the strength of the universal magnetic field, and not its matter state, because all the matters are connected to each other through universal magnetic fields, or what you call cosmic rays. We start explaining this in much more detail as we enter, and we're preparing everything to be able to show the whole extension of the knowledge of the man, from UFO travel, from lift and motion to cosmic rays transmutation, in the event to take place in Iran, and hopefully this year, where we finish with the dimension of the matter state, and we bring in the dimension of energy state. And this is what is on the way. This is why we bring the dimension of what we call magnetic field patterns, what we call the line of the connection of cosmos together, where up to now we use the matter state magnetic field pull of the earth with respect to the moon. We haven't even got there. At the moment, we still find what we call Mr. Tesla, and we look for another guy who's made a car in his name, trying to say we are advanced. Does it matter if we see a UFO on the back of the moon? We find another colony of creatures on the dark side of other planet, or we find something else in the space, which is all matter state confirmation of existence, and or would we live in the dimension of energies of the universe and magnetic field connection of the cosmos? Either way, it's a way of transmutation. It's a way of getting from A to B. It's a way of living a peaceful life, because when you are in the UFO, you still need to be fed. Unless you learn how to use the energy field that does not need feed. I'm sure those of you who had the pleasure of or are part of the structure of what we call universal community, you eat too, in different shape or form. Otherwise, you don't exist. You cannot continuously take energy or give energy without replacing it or sustaining it. So, it does not matter how we find ourselves, they must be of a higher strength knowledge, or they know more than we do, and they come and stand on top of us. We call them UFOs and we salute them. We wish our knowledge would be like them. But at the end, did it matter if you traveled on a donkey or a jumbo jet, and you had to be fed? You had to rely on the matter resources, or do you consider to move to condition of the energy resources, which has no matter condition of it, is the plasmatic field dimension. In that process, in that structure, now you find out, now you understand, there is a vast amount of knowledge which we have no clue.
I wanted to just cover that now. Once you start operating in this dimension of energy, now you understand there is a vast amount of knowledge which we have no clue in. So again, a higher energy, a deeper understanding, and more knowledge will be advanced for you by operating. If you relegate yourself to the matter state, you'll stay in that dimension of magnetic fields of the matter state. So there's a whole nother world of knowledge opening up when you start to use the cosmic ray and the transmutation process versus moving in a donkey, a jumbo jet, or a UFO.
Once we open the dimension of transmutation in the field strength of the carbon 14 or carbon whatever, we have just opened up the first step towards what we call hyperlight system, that we travel in the speed of light beyond imagination. To what extent would our soul be able to stand the transmutation line? Our physical body with the highest speed suffers in the dimension of what we know as G's. 11 G's brings you beep, 50 G's brings you pop, and you're gone. Is there a G limitation for the soul of the man? Is there limitation in how fast we can travel this speed over the content of the soul of the man from A to B? Now you understand that the knowledge of what we talk about, cosmic ray, is traveling on the line of energy. And when we talk about the UFOs, what we call magna positioning, we're talking about matter state. would the future of mankind change so rapidly that we put aside anything to do with transfer of matter state, be it our physical body, be it the means of transportation, be it the means of communication. Do we need any more sounds to make that makes us intelligent because we can put the sounds together and we call ourselves the king of animals? Or are we still animals in the dimension of the universe? We still need to animate it. Now it comes to a point that
Okay, we're going to stop it there, but as you can see, there's a big difference between using the cosmic ray traveling and the magnetic gravitational positioning traveling, which is what the UFOs are doing, still matter state. So again, they're in the same position as we are. I thought we'd go up to 42 and just to hear what some of our shortcomings are. And one of the reasons we can't, he talks here about giving a piece of metal to a scientist and say, bring energy out of it. And we just saw Dr. Gatwa repeat the Coca-Cola bottle test where he showed energy in an open circuit, actually. So the man and scientist not understanding how to extract energy from there is very similar to the knowledge seekers in working with this cosmic ray material, if I'm understanding what Mr. Keshe is saying. So let me just move the up to 42 and we'll start again. Okay, 42 there. Here we go.
matter scientists of today try to give verdict to approval of the knowledge of the energy which they have no clue about. You bring a piece of metal in front of a leading scientist of today and you say, give me energy from it. Is it coal? Is it uranium? Is it oil? Is it candle wax? I said, no, it's a metal. This cannot be done. Because we put energy in the metal to melt it, we put energy in the metal to form it. But no one in the world of science of today has considered that metal has so much energy in it that is holding itself to itself as a metal. If you can open this energy, just using the energy of them holding to each other, can feed the whole mankind. And then an illiterate scientist tells me to explain to me, then I can approve it because you don't even understand it. And this is the problem, as I said before, with your knowledge seekers.
So this is what he's comparing the scientist that's given a piece of metal and saying, can you extract energy out of it? He's saying that it's impossible. This is the problem, as I said before, with you knowledge seekers. And again, I guess we can take that individually and collectively.
You're at the wedge of that point. A lot of you feel it, know it. Now you can find a way to do it, but you don't have the means of doing it. You don't have the means of transferring this energy. You don't have the means of using this energy. And in a simple word, because up to now, you never understood the cosmic rays. You never understood how to connect.
Is that pretty clear? Or am I just imagining? A lot of you feel it, know it, now you can find a way to do it, but you don't have the means of doing it. You don't have the means of transferring this energy. You don't have the means of using this energy. In a simple word, because up to now you never understood the cosmic rays. You never understood how to connect. So I think this is very clear and plain to me. one of the limitations we've had is obviously not enough lab work, but also a lack of knowledge. And here's what he's saying: we never understood how to connect the cosmic rays with the magnetic fields, if I'm understanding it correctly. So this is the reason why we haven't been able to show such beautiful systems as Mr. Keshe, because of the carrying the totality. He's able to connect it all and he understands it all. We've missed probably half of the equation by not understanding the cosmic rays, which affects everything. So it's something for all of us to consider and to go back and to continue to review. But again, I think Mr. Keshe, the foundation is making these materials available. He may not tell you exactly how to make them and how to convert them, but you'll have use of it. As he said with the jumbo jet, as he said with the cell phone, you don't have to build a cell phone to be able to use it. You just put up some funds and you get a cell phone and you can start using it.
It's very much like me, you, in two different cities, and you buy a car on the internet. They send it home, you have to assemble it, and once you assemble it, you can't get to me unless there is a road. If you live in Rome and I live in London, doesn't matter what kind of car you have or what kind of car you bought, unless first of all you don't know how to drive it, secondly you don't know how to put it together, and thirdly, if there is no road or a way direction to get to me, how do you want to get to me? You have the car, you bought the car, you put it together, you bought a brand new car. When you don't know how to drive it, stays in the garage, stays in front of the house. And even if you went to classes, you learn how to drive it, if there is no road, you cannot get to. On Earth, to get from A to B, we use roads, air flight, shipping lines. To travel the span of the universe, you need cosmic rays. That's your roadmap. This is the paved road for you to every point in the universe. And if you're clever enough, as the Italians say, and I've said it many times before, all the roads end up in Rome. If you understand how to use the cosmic rays, all the roads ends up with the Creator. So, on Earth, you need the road. In the universe, you need the cosmic ray. That's your road. That's the way to go. And every direction these roads go, it's you who have to decide. Even those who are the what we call advanced technology of the UFOs in space, now that they understand this, they have been using the same as you. The same condition of the matter state fields, not the plasmatic fields, not the cosmic rays. This is why from the beginning I said when we teach for not only the man. You thought as humans now you have to learn new.
Go right ahead.
Did Mr. Keshe ever explain how to spot cosmic rays and magnetic rays?
Well, he did give an example. When you look up at the sun or you're in the sunshine, the cosmic rays hit you instantaneously in that plasma field. And he explained it in here. Maybe we can cover that question. And when it takes 8 minutes for that plasma field to reach you, don't forget it's a spectrum of fields. That's the matter state. So apparently there's both within what you feel from the sun. The cosmic rays hit you instantaneously, and the other fields that are in matter state, they take 8 minutes to reach you. 8 minutes to reach you, as I understand it. But again, he's just opening this up. This is why he's introducing the cosmic ray materials and other things, And it's a much more foolproof way of traveling the universe. It's
So
doesn't
we don't
have
have a
hmm,
we don't have a tester, but what you just mentioned, let's assume I look up in the sky at that instant. I have nowhere to assume or to measure that the instant ray of field of heat I felt is cosmic ray. But then I start my countdown for 8 minutes, and that could be the magnetic.
yeah, that would be a way perhaps of measuring again. I don't understand this knowledge so deeply, but again, it's being offered to us to participate in these tests and in these other things around the Keshe Foundation for you to enter into it. That's why the cosmic ray material is being offered. And then I think there'll be different strengths of it. And by putting it into different positions, you may be able to go on that dimension of energy and interact in the universe without physically moving anywhere, if I understand it correctly. This is your roadmap to the whole universe and not traveling in the state of carbon, which is very slow in the matter state as a physicality, but moving into this new space travel in the dimension of energy, which is instantaneous. This is the way the creator moves. And as he said here, the UFOs are banging their heads. How did they miss it? How didn't they understand it after millions or billions of years traveling around the universe? So we shouldn't feel that, we're kind of inferior in a way, because they've had much more time to figure this out or had a more of an inkling that it exists than we do, but yet they've never been able to achieve it. Otherwise, as he said, they wouldn't have lost so many craft, and they wouldn't even be in the craft, because that's the matter state existence in the universe with a lot of pitfalls. Apparently, it's almost like you get in your car, you think it's a very safe environment, but millions of people get injured permanently in the car every year, and many thousands meet their end in the car. So I think it's a very similar with the UFO. Obviously it looks, but we know they've crashed, or they've had flat tires or other problems with their probably matter state reactors. I don't know, I've never been in one, but I'm just surmising based on the teachings here. Anyone else want to answer Ike's question? We'll just finish this up and go to the next small one. So this is the other half. We've never even gotten into this energy operation yet, even though we do it when we sleep, or what we call a dream. Obviously, you're doing it then, or a daydream, but now we're going to do it consciously and interact consciously with other entities in the universe on this beautiful way of traveling, not for hundreds of thousands of light years to get to a place, or maybe just thousands of light years, man's years. But as he said, the creator doesn't even have the light year in his repertoire. That's a little bit too slow. Okay, let's continue.
Things, those guys above with the UFOs that are banging their heads why we didn't see it, why we couldn't do it, that we're still using this system. Now it's coming to the point that the creation, the created things in all dimensions of the universe will have one common way to travel, through the direction of cosmic rays. They will think one way, they will understand one way, and they'll behave one way. Because when you become a passenger of the universe, when you travel in the dimension of transmutation of the soul of the man, the energy field of the banana is no use to you. The energy fields of the meat is no use to you. that was good to feed the matter energy state of your body. In a space, you have to learn how to tap into universal fields to feed that hungry soul of the man with all the dimensions of the knowledge of the creation.
Okay, so I think that's quite clear, hopefully, to most of us to create that the real delineation between the matter state fields and the plasmatic magnetic gravitational fields of the universe. So we haven't really graduated into using the cosmic ray. It's just starting to come out. It's just, even though he's talked about it, as we heard in the 262 workshop 5 years ago, but it probably went over our head or under our feet or around us, or we didn't quite pick it up, even though we are using it in the dream state, or what we call a dream. It's actually the work of the soul interacting with other energies in the universe, and we call it a dream. So this is the understanding, and it sounds like the UFOs are scratching their head too. How did they miss it after millions or billions of years of studying and knowing so many more things than we know? As I said earlier, we couldn't hold the door for them in the realm of knowledge. But man and all the created things are being gifted this ability to transit between the dimension of the creator, which is the universe, and the dimension of Mitra, or the matter state. So all the created things are going to have this knowledge, and it's being gifted. Not that you had to earn it, but it's still your choice, and it's the universal community's choice too, whether they want to continue with the UFO type and with its pitfalls and breakdowns and loss of passengers and craft, or they want to move the way the creator moves. This is just my understanding. You have to develop your own understanding about it. It was interesting in the flight room, I did have an image of what was told to me was my soul. And it was almost like a vertical cloud in a way, small, and then with a circle around the outside of it, almost like the electron around the proton. And of course, silly me, I went up after, or when I saw Mr. Keshe had a moment, and I said, I think I saw my own soul in the system. And he said, well, that's up to you. It all depends on how you look at it, how you understand it. So he didn't tell me I did. He didn't tell me I didn't. He said, it's up to you to decide. So I thought that was, and again, I was back in the camel bird, wanting confirmation in the matter state. Instead of relying on my own things, I went to Mr. Keshe and asked him, is this what I saw? And he did not confirm it to me. He said, it's up to you to decide how you look at it, how you understand it. And that's what I've been saying about this knowledge as well. And Mr. Keshe has as well. It's all about your understanding, not what others tell you it's supposed to mean to you. And this is where we become the last man standing, I think. If we have to keep confirming with the others about this and that, you're going to need a prophet in space, or you're going to need an intermediary. Hey, should I be taking a left over here or a right? You know, so this is just, again, the way I'm seeing the knowledge. And it's for each and every one of you to understand and open up this knowledge for yourself. And I'm not very far along the way, I would say, and missing the whole understanding of the cosmic rays. But I think he's going to bring it in a much stronger way that we're all able to catch up to it. Let's go to about minute 58, and where he says we have to decide. And it's for each and every one of us to decide which dimension you want to operate in. I think we can operate in both, but it does seem he's sort of pushing us away from so much of the matter state. He said we wouldn't want to transmute anything in the matter state. And of course, you won't do that in the universe. There'll be no matter state. As he said, the meat, fields of the meat won't do you any good, and neither would the fields of the banana. the matter state fields. You're in the dimension of energy, and we have to learn how to feed the soul, that hungry soul. Okay. Maybe we'll go back to 54 and we'll hear about what we just, Ike's question about measuring the matter state or the plasma state of the energy. And here he took a question, I think, about this, about the eye, as he explained last week. And there will be some new glasses developed, as I understand it. And you'll be able to see maybe entities right next to you, entities above you, entities below you that have never been able to be seen before, as these new glasses in the universe is become quite a crowded place. It's almost like we see it empty right now based on our amino acid strength of our vision. But just like with the night vision goggles that the military had developed, it opens up a whole new, you see many more things in the universe. I've never used them, but I've heard people report it opens up. So now they're going to change the strength and we can see so many other things in the universe. It'll become quite a crowded place, I think, when we can see in other dimensions other than the amino acid strength of our own eyes. Okay, I'm going to move this up to 54, I guess we'll play there for a bit.
Mark, there's a video on YouTube where a guy in Russia is taking a simple piece of glass and holding it up to his phone and making the UFO in the sky reappear and disappear.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I saw that. That was interesting.
Yes, we're quite enamored with them, but Mr. Keshe is sort of bringing them down to earth in a way. They're still operating in the matter state. That's the bottom line. They haven't figured out how to do the transmutation. So we're basically both in the same position. Yeah, we're using a car with 4 wheels. They're using a UFO, more advanced, but still matter state. So as he said, we're being gifted with this. Mankind is being gifted. They're going to look at us now, not as insignificant dust, but as significant dust in the universe, because we're actually, as they teach us to make advanced UFOs, we'll teach them about the transmutation. But of course, we have to get into that peaceful framework before that happens, as many of them are too shy to show themselves in the matter state. They're here, but they're hiding in different things. So we can't see them, or we can't eat them, or kill them, or engage them. But they're still having some sort of experiences more in this matter state, let's say. But until we calm down and stop being so rambunctious and learn to absorb the energies we're supposed to, that will be allow the interaction to take place. So that's part of the World Peace Treaty and the rest of it. As there's no war in space, you look in your deepest telescopes, you can't see any war or any conflicts going on. Even though, as Mr. Keshe said, that some of these entities still want to confirm they exist, so there may be some isolated problems in the universe, but I think they're dealt with by the universal community and the Universal Community Council, if there is such a thing. Okay, so let me just adjust this to hear more and see if I can get closer to 54 minutes. Trying to, okay, we'll have to start a little there.
Is what it takes in the matter state energy fields, not in the cosmic ray energy fields, which is instantaneous. If you decide to travel with the donkey, that's your problem.
Sorry about that.
You've got to understand that a plasma has a spectrum of fields, as I explained last week with the eye. Those which are in the matter state field strength takes them 8 minutes to get to us from the sun. Those which are in the cosmic ray fields are instantaneously within us. Because within ourselves, which is in a plasma condition, we have that connection and characteristics. So what we see as a day light, or the light or the field which takes 8 minutes to get from the sun to us, is what it takes in the matter state energy fields, not in the cosmic ray energy fields, which is instantaneous. If you decide to travel with the donkey, that's your problem. The rocket technology and the jumbo jet is sitting next door, and if you don't like it, cosmic rays are next to them. So we measure with our present technology and knowledge the donkey way. Anyway, not even a donkey, the Stone Age time measurement. But the light has been there, the donkeys are there, the rocket technology is there, the cars are there, everything is there. If you want to still live a cave life, it's your decision. But now that we have the understanding of the fields of the energy, then why are we measuring it in a matter state? Why have we been convinced to accept that this is what it is and all of it? But in fact, yes, this is what it is, all of it for your understanding to the matter state. Not to understanding and work of a universe in a plasmatic magnetic field state. In a way, I always compare it to when the cars came, they said if you do over 25 kilometers an hour, your eyes pops out, you bleed and you die. So the car manufacturers had to produce cars that doesn't go faster, even if they could, because nobody could accept it. But one thing which I said once to a scientist, I said, you know what's a strange thing? Man going on the back of a car 25 kilometers or whatever would have popped his eyes out. But man used to travel on the back of some horses and donkeys much faster. His eyes never popped out. This is how they fooled us with the knowledge. But we have to come to understand, if man wants to travel in the dimension of the speed of the universe, man has to convert his matter state to energy state that he can transmute. And this will be a big dilemma for many, many knowledge seekers and many scientists and humanity to come up. Till we transmute the first man. Then we see how the whole world of the man will change overnight. I hope I resolve this matter of cosmic rays last week and this week, emphasizing again for everybody to catch up, that when we go into the next phase of the travel, there is no tomatoes left and everybody has catch up. It's for you to understand the truth about the knowledge of creation, and not for us to be wrong because you don't understand. This British way of Explain to me, otherwise you're wrong, has changed. You're stupid. Catch up. You don't understand. Catch up. It changed that you have to slow me down till you find out. It's your job to speed up, to catch up to what is coming up and what is available. And if you don't understand, tough luck. Live in the body of the man and go through all his suffering. And this is not just for you, the teaching of today. It is very simple. And it's as simple as ABC. You have to understand. You choose the matter state, or you choose the what we call magnetic field dimension. I wrote a paragraph to one of knowledge seekers this morning, and this will answer a lot of you in a lot of dimensions. As part of the communication, it says, this is secret of living for millions of years in all dimensions of creation, as I have, and gathered so much knowledge of my own emotion. God, knowledge is free. And he says, gold has no value as you understand the secret of gold, of creation and create. And it's the secret we are trying to teach you. Then you understand that you can even use that gold in the dimension of matter state to add to the soul of yourself, to elevate, to understand the position of transmutation from one to another. Then you understand when you transfer from cosmic ray states, from the field of the universe to the dimension of matter state transmutation, to be visible, tangible, you shall cry. And we cry the same as when the child is born out of the womb of the mother, to accept the life in the dimension of physicality of birth. There shall be no difference. But in different ways of crying, in different ways of loving the what we call the created. We go for a break and try to answer you back. At least resolve some of.
Right, I think he's there, at least resolve some of the, no, where was it there where he said the creator, but in different ways of crying, in different ways of loving, what we call the created. I believe he said there. So if we come back into the matter state, the idea is to love what we call the created, whether it's the mosquito, the tree, another person, or whatever's created in that dimension of physicality. This is part of our, and loving is giving. As Mr. Keshe said, there's no love in the universe. We call it giving. So any thoughts, or anyone want to add anything? I thought we would go to the part about the Tesla car, which is where I think the foundation can make one of the biggest splashes across this planet in one go. So let's see if we can move it up to maybe a minute 35. Fo, you sent me a message. Mark, maybe you can remember that the rays on matter state level is in the strength of the nitrogen, and the Earth has a little other cosmic field receiver, and that is a metal. I'm not sure. I know the cosmic C14, when it decays into nitrogen, but that's nitrogen in the matter state. I think a lot of doctors miss this, Mr. Keshe was saying in that 262 Knowledge Seekers Workshop. But if you'd like to share something on this, Fo, please share it with us. We learn from each other. Let's go to about 135. I'm just going to move this.
We could also say, Mark, that love is the law of vibrational energy.
Mm. Mhm. Yeah, I was shocked when Mr. Keshe said there's no love in the universe. It's called giving. So maybe a different kind of love. And again, you don't know exactly what he's talking about sometimes as he's speaking to different civilizations simultaneously. What they call that doubletante, speaking on multiple levels simultaneously. I think the French have that word. So we're talking about what he was saying about of course, there's going to be more products in the store. What he was saying, they're depleting their stock, and you can hear about that. I know Joseph asked a question about tools. Maybe we'll start here and then just finish up with this idea of the Tesla car and stripping it of its battery, its shock absorbers, and the rest of it, and inserting some, sounds like matter state reactors into, and doing some sort of gravitational positioning, but it may be, again, using cosmic rays and some sort of thought control on the control system, which was to be put on the ceiling of this. But this is a huge opportunity, I think, for the foundation to make a splash across the planet. Love to see a Tesla car, say, on the outside by the fender, on the front fender there, powered by Keshe plasma technology or fields, powered by fields of KF. And this would make a lot of people start talking and investigating and be so enamored with this technology of the hovering car that, again, hoping the governments and the others start putting down the war tools and picking up the space technology in a much bigger and broader way. But he does seem to want to push the electric car or leapfrog over the electric car. He said we would do that in the past. And now I know it was shown in 2011, but stifled there, even though General Motors, he said, had given them a grant and they had space, they had $500 million, but it never got off the ground, so to speak. Okay, so let's start here and hear about this beautiful development where I don't think there's any country in the world that sells cars that doesn't have an ability to have a Tesla car. So this would be, again, a huge splash for the Keshe Foundation offering this technology. And again, I don't think we're going into the car business, but as Mr. Keshe said in the past, if they were going to make a self-charging phone, they're not going to go into the phone business. They'll just charge a few dollars for each phone to license or to use the technology. And it'll probably be the same with the car, $50, $100. I don't know what the fee will be for creating this very lightweight, very inexpensive, and probably will end up, you can buy an option that it can feed you as well. And probably a few other things create some wellness. So there may be some beautiful features added onto the car in the coming time. But let's start here at about 136.
What do you mean tools?
He's worried that the tools such as GAN.
Let's see, is Joseph here? Maybe you'd like to, Joseph, you're here. I don't know if you're close to your mic, you're multitasking, but what was your thinking here on this lack of tools without some of the products in the store or the Keshe Foundation selling off its inventory and things? Maybe it's not a good time for Joseph to come in, no problem.
Yes.
Oh, it
I
is?
had just a little bit.
I thought we'd just try to get your understanding or what you were thinking that again, I'll leave it up to you to transfer to us what you'd like us to understand.
I have a little story because at my work, I had a colleague that has a very bad sugar illness. And I thought, okay, I offered him to buy him a cup. I explained it to him. He
Ah,
agreed.
yes, the cup of sugar.
And
Okay.
exactly. And it was 2 weeks after Mr. Keshe announced the cups are here, now you can buy. 2 weeks after, no cup was there anymore.
Oh,
And
no more inventory?
exactly sold out.
Oh, okay.
And then I thought, okay, then I can do it with the Ganses. But it was not applicable at this guy. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And then I heard Mr. Keshe saying it was not only on last Thursday that they are not producing any Ganses anymore.
Yeah, they're
And
selling them.
exactly, yes, but we will get 50,000 or more than 10,000 new products, but it's just 3 to 5 years away, or 2 to 4 years, or something like that. Because Mr. Keshe said that now people that are professionals are doing this job with
Yes.
production and selling. And when it starts, we will have plenty of everything. But now we have the time where we as knowledge seekers have to go back to do the Ganses, to do some stuff that we can help the other people in need.
Okay, I'm glad I asked. I was wondering what you were talking about with tools, and I know that pressure cup and that sweet cup have been quite effective offerings. I've heard a number of people testify to that. And so now I see what you're saying about tools or things to maybe purchase, but I don't think they'll leave the shelves bare. There's probably already something being produced to replace, but we don't know. I don't know exactly, but now I see where you were coming from. Yeah, that was a beautiful thought to buy him, and it's so simple to use.
I would like to add a little testimonial with the pain pen.
Sure.
Because sometimes I have pains at my muscles on my hand or somewhere, and then I go over with the pen, and then when I do this, the next point on the shoulder shows up because everything is connected through. And then I can go to the shoulder and to the next point, and after all, everything is working again.
Is the pain moving from the hand to the shoulder, or what's happening?
My pain is coming from the splines and from the back, from the muscles of the back. When you have hard work and then your muscles at the back just contract to hold the splines or something like that.
You're
then
having a spasm of some sort, yes. Muscle spasm?
yes, but if you have it long term and you are not able to solve it, then you get less energy at some points on your hand or something like that, and then you need a solution.
Mhm. Okay, so now I see what you were aiming at. Yeah, that the stock is being depleted, but I think there'll be, as he said, you said 5,000, 10,000, 30,000 items in the next number of years.
Yes, and it's possible because China has the job.
Yes, 100%. They're ready to go, I'm sure, with this.
Would be nice if they are right now taking over, but for some reason, maybe they are producing it first for China, and then they are going international. Maybe it's this one. We have not the full knowledge,
Right.
but we are able to be sure that it will happen, that we are getting plenty of products and everything is on stock, and you get it in weeks maybe.
And maybe they want to test it as well after they manufacture it before they release it. You know, they'd like to run it on a few subjects, test subjects, just for their own satisfaction that what they're making is actually effective and works, you know. So there may be another period of delay if they want to test any of these things. Even though they have been tested, the Chinese are quite thorough about investigating for themselves and not leaving it up to anyone else to tell what it does or what it worked. And I know that happened in the meeting as well. They were sniffing with a sniffer the CH4 gas, but they actually thought Mr. Keshe had a bottle hidden within it, a small cylinder in the mechanism there to produce the gas. And apparently they had some ability to X-ray it, and there were no gas bottles found. So again, they were confused, but confirming that the technology worked. So this is a very important aspect. I didn't see that actually take place. I actually heard that had happened, that they thought maybe he had hidden a small gas, a methane gas bottle within the device, but they used some sort of material or X-ray to be able to see through, and found no trace of any such thing. So it was a confirmation of the technology, but still baffled on how it's done. Okay, let's listen to this big splash that the Keshe Foundation may be making. Anyone else? I know we're coming up to 3 o'clock and it's time for the Dome of Peace. Okay, if not, let's continue on. Hopefully this has been somewhat enlightening, and again, separation of the matter state energy fields from the plasmatic energy fields. A different ballgame, different set of rules apply, and so on and so forth. And we're being introduced to this slowly, but in a way rapidly, I think, as well. As he said, he wants everyone to catch up. But once the first man is transmuted, I think a lot of these things, again, Tesla car perhaps coming out, being powered, transmutation of a human being. I mean, people are going to walk around with their jaws open. Probably a lot of people saying this can't be possible, as the scientist said, with creating energy out of a piece of metal, a piece of plain metal couldn't be done. But it's just a lack of understanding of this advanced space technology, which looks to us as magic, but it's actually science. It's just a science that we're not aware of, and probably many other sciences we're not aware of yet. As we know, Mr. Keshe is a master at bringing civilizations into the universal community. He's been doing this for millions of years around the universe. So this is not his first car race, let's say. But let's hear about the Tesla car. I thought this was quite profound, and if he's put it in the public, that must mean there's some things very close to happening in the background. Although things can go either way, but it does sound like this is a positive jump for the electric car industry, or formerly the electric car industry.
Products or paint pens and so on, all the various tools that are offered through the Keshe Foundation store. What will knowledge seekers be left with if all the tools are gone?
There's a lot of things. You have to realize there'll be around 50,000 new products in next 2, 3, 4 years will come out on the back of the Keshe Foundation. Keshe Foundation operation it changes in a different way, as we are a shareholder. We are not the owners. It makes different position for us.
Yes, and we understand that some things can't be discussed until they're actually revealed. So
no, the problem is that these are the products which were made by the Keshe Foundation in different ways, but now the corporation will be involved. I cannot give you much information at this moment because there are a lot of things entangled in this. Once we move into cooperation, collaboration. We kept the Keshe Foundation research independent. It will stay independent. We will not share with no government, no shareholding. But we allow governments to develop, to expand what is in conjunction with them. We still keep the, what we call, the independence and integrity of the Keshe Foundation as an independent research development company. But we bring in connection with civilian, military, space, in 3 or 4 nations together. And then there is a bigger structure behind it. You will see, we learn by experience. I was just talking to one of our, what I call one of our closest people to me in Keshe Foundation this morning about this, that we bring in, we relied a lot on knowledge seekers, and knowledge seekers we trusted. They did a lot of good things, they brought some good things, but overall knowledge seekers are not business people. Knowledge seekers are not production people. They're enthusiasts, they understand, but them in their understanding is not complete. So the structure will be run by experts. Not necessarily, we make knowledge seekers out of experts, not bringing knowledge seekers to do what they cannot do. We have few knowledge seekers who are expert in certain fields, certain things, but they don't have the expertise of, what do you call it, running the structure of the manufacturing and the rest of it. We try to do it. We try to bring knowledge seekers in Ghana. We saw what happened, same in Italy. Now we bring in international management. We bring in people who their target is delivering a new technology worldwide and have the support of the government, scientific structure. So, as I said, very soon, in next few months, we make an offer to take over the Tesla cars. The Keshe Foundation will reach that point. All Tesla cars will shut down. We are in that position of the structure. Keshe Foundation, as this international organization, will get an option to Tesla cars in a very, very soon, very, very much sooner than you can think, because nobody needs electric cars anymore. The time of electric cars, these huge batteries, to a country like United Kingdom needs at least 5 factories to produce batteries to support only the cars in the United Kingdom. Each factory costs about $9 billion to build. They found the first sites, but they couldn't complete it because they couldn't raise $9 billion finance for it. Electric cars are not a reality in the world of what we call automotive. And Keshe Foundation has already developed and is developing further that in next few months we replace battery cars. That's the evolution in science. So is Keshe Foundation going to sell cars, or we bring in one line by line international cooperation by change of science and technology? This is not something new which we are going to do. We went to take over General Motor Car in Antwerp in 2010, 2011 to bring this car out. Then we couldn't understand how it got, I mean, we understood the King of Belgium went against it because we didn't give the thing, and we know the whole story. And then we found out actually the mole of the Belgian government was sleeping in the same bed as us. They knew before us how they're going to assassinate us. So this time we are not going that way. We give international governments time to adjust. All these battery factories which are getting lined up, all these charging stations which are getting lined up for electric cars are obsolete. And for us not to be in danger, we have set it up in a way it goes to governments and different governments. So those of you who talk about what's going to happen to products of Keshe Foundation, this is where we're going. This is where the situation will go. Very soon, gas business for gas production, cooking in the house and everything will change, maybe 2 to 5 years. Then what happens to all the other bits which are involved in? To gas, whatever, production nations like Iran and Qatar and the rest of it. How fast the government will go to it. So, yes, we are finishing with, yes, we are opening a new dimension. One of the first organizations which will be hit by this new development in technology is Tesla cars. It's electric cars, not just Tesla. But it keeps the old tradition going. Automotive cars stays. No engine, no batteries, and nothing else. So, yes, we are finishing with bits with it. Any of you have any products from Keshe Foundation, keep it. It's historical. We go into transportation. We go into what we call, whatever you call today, transportation, aircraft, and the rest of it. So, new products is not what is going to come. Just keep your ear open into what Keshe Foundation will announce in the next few weeks and months. We are not sitting back, but we are not releasing anything out till we sort ourselves inside completely. So where does Keshe Foundation goes? There will not be, maybe in 10 years from now, that you don't go shopping on the internet, in the supermarket, on the high street, that somehow, somewhere, your life, what you buy is not touched by what this technology has come. The game has changed in the past few weeks. And we're not talking out of arrogance. We're talking out of hard work, delivering, and we showed what is to come. And in Iran, we show more of. And you knowledge seekers, you've been with us. The sessions of tomorrow is part of that. We are perfecting the art, we are perfecting the technology.
Okay, I think we'll leave it there, but quite a announcement from Mr. Keshe about integrating. And of course, if the Tesla car is not interested in switching out the batteries, I was reading there's 900 electric car companies in China, plus all the other ones, the Mercedes and the Porsche and the rest. So I think they'll all be going with it, as he said, not just the Tesla car. They're going to get rid of all of this nonsense with the batteries and the disposal and the shortcomings of the electric car. So it's actually going to be leapfrogged over into the hovering car, hopefully, that we'll see it. Any thoughts or comments? If not, you can hear about the next conference in Iran, which is coming up sometime, hopefully this year, but maybe it'll be later on. Not exactly sure. And Mr. Keshe, after the break, right here, this Sanya conference we finished with in a way, and now we're going into the Iran conference. The cost is quite steep at 25,000 euros at this point, plus you provide your own transportation there and lodging. So we'll see what comes of it and what the thinking is on this. But he's calling it a game changer in the technology as a whole. And again, technologies that man has never even dreamt of will be shown in this conference. So it'll be a real game changer as I understand it. So let's go to the Dome of Peace if we can, to create this Dome of Peace. We also have the transmutation sessions, which are coming up the third Friday of every month. I think there's the April, May, and June sessions left. So if you haven't been in the sessions, you can probably afford this session. And of course, it's helping developing and perfecting the systems for feeding, for wellness. So some of the systems we may see up at the front when we played the wellness center in Germany and so on. So these sessions are open. You can find it on the website, the transmutation preparation series. You can book your virtual seat, and most of it is spent in silence. There's a few instructions, and you'll hook up some headphones, and the rest, most of you have probably been to one or more of these sessions, so you know what they're about. And of course, you can find that on the Keshe Foundation store, which is the transmutation preparation sessions. And I think there are 3 more left: the April session, the May session, and the June session. And I don't know what will be offered after that. We'll have to see. There are so many things probably developing in the background. I picture Mr. Keshe as a chef sometimes, where I have 4 burners on my stove and usually use 1 or 2 to prepare a meal. He probably has a 25 burner stove, and this pot needs to be stirred, and this one needs to be added to, and this one, the cover needs to be taken off. And so he has so many things going simultaneously, but he's well seasoned for this sort of work in so many ways. So let's go to the Dome of Peace, which again, I think we have a placard here from the Brazilian team. Every Sunday at 12 and 6 p.m. you can spray the GANS water and add energies to the soul or to the life of this planet, which was missing in its creation. And this is part of releasing of the GANS water. So every Sunday, no one's keeping track of it. You do it on your own. If you're not sure how to make a GANS product, you can go on the Keshe Foundation wiki and look up some of these GANS making instructions and participate in that. And then, of course, the second part is using your soul, which we all know about. And there's an invitation from the Universal Council to participate in that way as well, which we'll cover shortly. But this is about releasing GANS water. China's been doing it for years and years in the fountains, in the streams, in the oceans, in the rivers. We've been doing it here, but it also connects wellness centers together, as I understand it. So there's obviously more than meets the eye to this, but it's adding energy to the planet, which the planet created to be short of. So this is what this work does, and creating this Dome of Peace. And we can all do it together at these certain times, 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. CET or CEST. Let's go back here again to the first part of this Dome of Peace. And we thank Stefania for bringing this. And then we'll go to the second step. And then we'll take 5 minutes of time to use our reactors, our energies to create this effect.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but it says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So as you can see, we have the World Peace Treaty. We have the work of the soul of the man in the matter state, using the Gans fields to bring about balance and add more energy to this planet. And we also have the second step of the Dome of Peace, where we can use our souls to generate fields. We're huge, huge fields generators. We don't realize that so much. Let me see, is this right? Okay, there it is. But this is the second part of creating, and I think the most beautiful part of this, using your own reactors, using your own energies of your souls, the energy centers, that no one fails this test. So this is the most beautiful part of it. We all have very unique fields, and we can all share those fields and give unconditionally to the others to bring them up to a level of peace and wellness and many other things, but primarily to reach a peaceful condition. This also takes place every day at 21 p.m. Central European Time or Central European Summertime for the elevation of all souls. This is not a meeting in Zoom or Telegram or YouTube. This is a meeting of the souls and unifying at the soul level every day at that particular time, whether you spend a nanosecond, a minute, or a few minutes, just remind your soul about it, and or even conduct it while you're multitasking. You could be cooking dinner, or depending what you're doing, but you can just multitask at the same time if you're driving the car and participate in that. Again, it's the collective awareness reaching this tipping point will create that position of change, no other thing. And it's by giving and also receiving. As you give, you will receive more, to give more. And this is the understanding and the conditions we're creating to go out into the universe to be familiar with giving and receiving fields. Oops, so let me just go back to that. So let's read the second part of the Dome of Peace, which is the power of the souls.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, Don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. MT Keshe. Thank you. If anybody wants to.
Thank you, Shweta, and thank you, Stefania. You can also meet with the Brazilian team on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. CEST time now, or 1 a.m., I believe, for daily intentions, which they actually have a meeting in the Brazilian Telegram, I believe it is, or there may be other ways to access it as well. If you like that, that's fine. And it's a beautiful meeting. We join that usually on the Soul Teachings on Wednesday. So it's the collection of all of us working together, not so much in the matter state, but in the dimension of energy that is going to bring the change and allow us to keep that change permanently. So let us take 5 minutes of silence now where you can practice using your own reactors. Yes, Claudia, I mentioned something about the transmutation. I was looking for the German. She sent me a message about Easter, Christ and the transmutation. I was looking for something in the German that Mr. Keshe had given some answers for, probably in 22, and it was very beautiful how he described it, but I tried to replicate it in the beginning about what we missed and what Christ showed us. He actually walked off the cross, so we just elevate everyone who is.
If you wanna read, Mark, a little part, I think.
Would you like to
Very
read?
beautiful, this part.
Would you like to read a part of it?
Yeah, I can read,
Okay,
or you
that's
can share.
no
Because I'm
problem.
working here.
If you have it, if you'd like to read
I
it, that's
have.
no problem, because this is what we all missed as Christians. We were all told Christ died on the cross, but he actually walked off the cross as another man, and he performed the transmutation, and he saved himself. So this is what he's pointing to us, that we can save ourselves in a way as the last man standing. Please go ahead, Claudia, whatever you'd like to.
Okay, I will begin the introduction.
Sure.
And have the summary after. And okay, the introduction says the you can help, please. Resurrection of Christ. Okay, the resurrection of Christ has baffled humanity for 2,000 years. Those of us who were raised in the path of Christ were taught a kind of mysticism about the resurrection. It was all kept a mystery without any scientific explanation. That is, until now, with the teachings of Mr. Keshe and the Keshe Foundation Plasma Science. In fact, what Christ did on the cross is the book 1, 2, and 3 of the Keshe Foundation. So what did he do? He transmuted his physicality into energy, measured in the soul of the man, and then manifested a new physicality according to the conditions of the environment of the manifestation. It's right there in the gospel, the man near the tomb who asked Mary Magdalene, "Why are you looking for the living among the dead?" Of course, she didn't recognize him because his body was different. This is also what we do when we travel in the soul of the man to anywhere in the universe. We transmute the physicality the same way and manifest it again somewhere. We actually already do this when we dream. And in our dream, he says, that we actually manifest physicality in that dreaming dimension. But we have denied that we are capable of doing this. It's always nice when Mr. Keshe shares about his personal life. He talks about at the age of 10, when he started learning how to detach and leave his physicality and travel the universe. He did many experiments and studies of the creation. and that his teachings are not theoretical. The big thing to learn here is that detachment is the basis to do these things. Through detachment, you come to understand the work of your soul. Finally, he gives more details about the crucifixion at Last Supper. I went up the cross with the Christ. He also gave some hints about Jesus, the man, that might be a little hard for some people to accept. The main point of this teaching is that the resurrection of the Christ is really a process of transmutation, that he was taught only shortly before the crucifixion. We hope that we will mature enough soon that we can be taught the same thing. Thank you for listening.
Beautiful.
Okay, that's
Thank you,
the
Claudia.
introduction.
And of course, she's from the Brazilian Knowledge Team, and this is the intention I was saying, that every Wednesday at 6 p.m. you can join for the elevation of all souls and the negotiators in the 5+1 and other world leaders to bring about that change. And they also have a daily intention, 1 a.m. CET or 2 a.m. CEST, that you can join on the Keshe.Brazil, I believe, or one of these offers here. The Keshe.Brazil, I think, is the one, or perhaps there's a Zoom meeting, or even in Facebook. I think they connect them all together. Is that correct, Claudia?
Yeah, it is correct, Mark.
Okay. So you can join in that if you like that. But they're all beautiful. And we're learning to work in the matter state and the dimension of energy, but we're much more powerful in this dimension of energy than the matter state. Our physicality says no, but we understand more about the totality, that we're much more powerful working in this dimension of energy, and collectively we're much more powerful. So this is how we're bringing the change, and even the Universal Council is learning how to operate in this manner. So let's take 5 minutes of silence. I think I have the background there. We'll take 5 minutes of silence, use our own reactors to practice using. And the beautiful part is no one fails this test. You may have the precise field needed, or different fields than I have, or Alex has, or other people have. But collectively, we make a beautiful bouquet of fields, and we're learning to pray in a way through our soul and bring this elevation through the energy dimension, which we'll be using if you plan on going into the universe from now until infinity. So it's good practice, and it's creating that condition about giving and receiving. We're creating a universal condition here. So let's start now. As soon as I bring this up, if I can. Okay, we'll start now for 5 minutes, and it goes by rather quickly, but you're much more powerful in this dimension than in the matter state, and making phone calls, writing letters to bring about a change. And this is what we're learning. Thank you all for your continued participation in this process. And again, it's not a day job. It's not that you put the pizza in the oven and 15 minutes later it comes out done. So don't be faint of heart. And it's helping us to create, as I said, this universal condition of giving and receiving on the energy level. I see Alex is ready to go. Please come right in, Alex. If you'd like the disclaimer played, I can do that. Sorry for the delay. I might have been a little bit long today.
Everything's good, Mark. You've done a
good
fabulous job, and I really appreciate you leading the charge here. And you can pick your charge. So anyway, I want to thank you very much for allowing us to make this presentation. And well, isn't this something? It's Sunday, March 31st at 3:33. How cool is that?
Perfect.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we do have to start with the disclaimer, unfortunately. So please bear with us, and we'll be good very soon.
Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And here we are in the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting. And I thank all the panelists for being here today as we're broadcasting around the world on all the 6 continents. And maybe 7. But we are trying to bring this knowledge in such a way that people around the world can grasp it. And but we've been doing this for over 10 years. And so the question then becomes is how fast can we get the newcomers onto that stream? And this is very important because we just finished a Sino conference in China, and it was truly a watershed moment. And so on that note, this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We are progressing through the advanced transmission stage. The subject today is confirmation. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is March 31st of 2024. So as we continue these public classes, it's to not only try and amalgamate all the hours of teaching into a more condensed form, but also to make it possible for newcomers to grab onto the knowledge without getting swamped and overwhelmed, although the knowledge is overwhelming. And so many of us are now in the position where we can act as the guides and teachers for the future. And as you can see, we are completing this advanced transmission section, and we only have one more to go next week. And today we're discussing confirmation because it's something that we all gravitate to. And the reason we do that is because we have this hesitancy, and we call it the donkey hesitancy because it's the lowest energy state. And so although it's akin to walking, we find that rolling is faster than walking. But, you know, we say life is hard until you get up on the horse. And the reason for that is because the horse walking is faster than the man walking. And the question always is there a point of confirmation? And so as we proceed point by point, step by step, or step by cycle, how many steps and how many cycles? Well, we have to exercise caution because things could get sticky or slippery. Yeah, so one or the other, and we're trying to sort this out, and we do this through the books of Miriam Tavakoli Keshe, as in book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter, and it's brought together two concepts, the Universal Order of Creation and the Universal Order of Matter. And we try and understand that better because somehow there is a structure. And so in book number 2, we refer to this as the structure of the light. But, you know, light goes from one point to another point. And so there's the structure of the point, then there's a structure of the light, and somehow the two work together because in book number 3, we see the origin of the universe, where we have the one point and it splits up into 2 points, and one of which is our tiny little perfect universe. We call it man's universe. And then we have a sister universe as somewhere in that nebulous point in outer space. And so we're trying to achieve that and going through another training session, which is the transmutation preparation training sessions, which is a set of 6 classes running concurrently for 6 months, basically on every 3rd Friday of the month. And the 4th session is coming up this April. And you can all register for this and enjoy the training session. And like school, you don't have to go class by class or year by year. You can skip classes, and you know, some people can complete the sessions very quickly, and other people will still take years. And so it's an individual thing, and this is very good because we are all individuals, and we create this variety on this planet. But as we've seen in 319 One Planet, One Nation, One Race for Justice and World Peace seminars that we hold every Tuesday, we are all one big family. We are all part of the humanity family. But not only that, we're also part of the universal family. And we're trying to figure out our position within that family, not as a matter of hierarchy, as a matter of complementarity. So the thing that is always elusive is achieving this kind of confirmation. So we constantly refer to the structure of light because that helps us to search for the confirmation of outer space, so that we can get to that reactance point on the plasma highway surface, to that pie in the sky and beyond. Yeah, and beyond. So the thing is that the plasma highway obviously doesn't have a speed limit, and that's not the highway we're on. We're on the transmission highway. We are on the slow highway, the very, very slow highway. And just to show you the range that we're operating in, you know, music is an important component in our life. And if you've ever played a keyboard, you understand that you can change the frequency by octaves. And by going 1 octave higher, you double the frequency. And you could start at the bottom of the keyboard and go to the top of the keyboard. And we generally consider that as the audible range. But we know that we can go beyond that. What we don't know is how far we can go beyond that. And the thing is we can only do this in stages and double up. But we find that we have also a visible range. And as such, there's a relationship between the wavelength of light and the frequency of light. And that relationship is always constant. So the speed of light is always constant. But the color of the light changes. And interestingly enough, in the range that we see as visible, we have these beautiful colors, but obviously there's a beyond. And where is this beyond? And then we see that there's an environmental range, and this has to do with nature's bountiful solvent. We call it water. And so we measure the acidity and alkalinity of the water on a pH scale that goes from 1 to 14. And so that becomes our environmental range. So 1 being acidic, being very unstable, very simple, and 14 being very alkaline, very stable, very complex. But, you know, we know that there's a 15 and a 16 because we're all good at math. So, you know, we're just looking at this environment range. And so when we look at the rest of the universe and we see the universe embodiment range, and we can see, well, wait a second, here's our little tiny perfect world, but you know, we say the speed of light is the fastest transmission. And so that kind of limits the range of what we see. And so we have to question if this is true, because our tiny little perfect world is so little tiny, and yet the rest of the universe is so massive. It is so large. So, you know, if the speed of light is the fastest transmission, and, you know, we're still in the donkey hesitancy speed, then in order to go at the speed of light, you have to be as, well, you have to be as big as the universe. And you wonder if that is true. And then, of course, if you're as big as the universe, well, the universe, from what we see, is the tangible confirmation, but what's beyond the tangible confirmation? So this is how we're delving into the creation of the universe. So we see that the universe exists from energy, and energy is a charge in motion. So that means that the energy has a positive or negative charge, and that reflects its motion, not the energy itself, because energy is always positive. But since it's always in motion, and we have to remember that, ironically, we have to remember that. When we look at the cover of book number 1, we see the coming together of matter, dark matter, and antimatter. So we find that things work in combination. And what things are working in combination? So the answer really is that all things work in combination. And if all things work in combination, then that involves the universal embodiment. And so seeing as we see the universe, that's our immediate confirmation of that truth. But when we create another confirmation, such as the cups of life, and remember, they were not the cups of the pandemic, but they represented the emotional strength of our inner space. And from it, we brought from some nebulous point, you know, well, we don't know where that came from, but it came to the core space in the cup of life. And we were able to create an emotional field and a physical field. And from that, we were able to create many other things. Most notably, of course, is that we were able to create a GANS, which is gas as a nanosolid. This is a manifestation of the radiance of the energy of the universe. But none of these components were in the components that we made to make the cups of life. Except we did start with water. Yes, we did start with water. We started with some metals. And we started with a few other things, but we created this copper GANS and zinc GaNs and a carbon GaNs and calcium GaNs, and amino acid GaNs, and well, we even created a water GaNs. So that was really hard to tell because we were creating more water in the cup. And it's hard to tell when you have more because everything is in motion. So to understand the terminology and through the introductions that we had several years ago, we have to understand there's a difference between transmission, which is what we're talking about, advanced transmission, transition, and transmutation. So we see that the transmission involves x-axis rotation, transition involves the y-axis polarity, and the transmutation involves the z-axis. And different from carpentry, it involves field strength. And yet now we're discussing terminology and we find, well, the transmission terminology, we find that, wait a second, you can't operate in one dimension. You have to have the 3 dimensions of transmission because this is what gives you the rotation, the polarity, and the field strength. And it is through the confirmation of these 3 dimensions that allows you to do transmission. And so what is the transmission? And the transmission is not the message. The transmission dimension is the medium. That's how we transmit the message. I see. So when we see what we have from the Earth, and we see that the Earth rotates on its x-axis and around the y-axis poles. And of course, it's a big fat Earth and kind of flat on top, but it's spherical and it keeps rotating. And so that becomes the field we call the z-axis. And this all came about because 2 forces originally came together on this x-axis dimension and the y-axis dimension and created this coming together. And so then we achieve this confirmation. And so that becomes our energy binding system. And it's very important because if you don't have the energy binding, well, you then technically are not going to exist. But you do exist. The question really has to be extended. What kind of dimension do you exist? So the self-serving is very important so that it facilitates this energy binding. But if your neighbor is likewise dependent on that energy binding and self-serving energy and is deriving it from the same source that you are, then it behooves you to receive that energy from the original source. But many of us have abdicated that. We are doing it at the expense of others. So what is the result? The result, we achieve our energy binding, the purpose of which is self-serving, but we rob others of their energy binding and thereby undermining their self-serving determination. And so how do we compensate for that? So then the neighbor has to rob someone else. And then, of course, then that involves lying and cheating. And then, of course, extremes where you get into the killing. And then, of course, the ultimate extreme, the killing of oneself, what we call suicide. So this is totally opposite to what we're trying to achieve with respect to field capture. So we find that the x-axis transmission is parallel to the ground because we're looking at from our point of reference, right? So our y-axis transmission is perpendicular to the ground, and the z-axis transmission, well, we're not sure where that ground is because what we're trying to bring together is these 3 dimensions, the x-axis dimension, the y-axis dimension, and the z-axis dimension. But since this is all a confirmation of the energy coming together, it's moving. And what is the difference in its position? And so we've been discussing that. And so we've determined that there's a principal interaction. So you have to have this interaction, this energy binding, self-serving to maintain your condition, and that condition needs to be supplemented continually by energy. And so that energy is continually in motion. But, if you're interacting with others, and we're not saying what others, but any others, so that energy is a two-way street because there's a giving and there's a taking. And so this is very fundamental. So when we're talking about this two-way transmission, we have at least two dimensions. It's a two-way street, but there are two directions, two sizes, two variables, and you could have multiple lanes. And so this gives you a lot of variety. And we started out in such basic, simple terms as the y-axis dimension and the x-axis dimension. And the only one that we're paying attention to is the x-axis dimension, because you know what? We want to get from here to there. And, we don't want to bother with the rest of the stuff. But the rest of the stuff has to be there in order to facilitate our energy binding. And also, it has to respect this energy in motion, which is basically either a negative or a positive charge. And so we identify the negative is giving and the positive is taking. But this energy, which energy is it? And is it a giving energy or is it a taking energy? And is that the one and the same energy, or does it really matter? Because energy, generically speaking, can be flowing or binding. So in that case, then we have to see that there's no such thing as one and the same energy, which constitutes a charge at two adjacent increments of time. So when we say energy, it's a generic energy. It's like saying car. Well, does that put a solid picture in your mind? Does that give you a confirmation? And, one person may have a car with that's blue, and another one have a car that's red. And another one may have a car with 4 doors, and another one with is a convertible. So, being generic is non-specific. And so how do we get specific? And how do we achieve this confirmation? And so this becomes the understanding, because it's the embodiment of the principles of flow and connection. So if we can understand that, and we're having even trouble understanding how we're just moving along in these dimensions, this basic X, Y, and Z axis transmission dimension, and it's only operating perpendicular to the ground. But then we find that if we put a little spin on that, then we can change the way it flows. But it also contributes to the difference in position. So the difference in position doesn't necessarily cause deterioration, or it doesn't cause a supplementation. And I say necessarily because there's always a question of consumption. So, it's like the oil in the crankcase of a internal combustion vehicle. You have to have the right amount of oil. And if you have an oil leak, well, then you have to supplement. But then if you put too much oil in, you could damage the motor. So it has to be just right, Goldilocks. Yes. So this is where the star formation comes in, because what you've done is you've set up the condition. And so this is going back, 10 years basically, to the creation of the star formation. So in this picture, we see physical rotating spheres aligned in a star formation, where we have 3 on the x-axis plane at the bottom, and we have the 1 at the top on the y-axis. And then all of a sudden, this z-axis field starts to manifest due to the rotation and the positioning of the spheres, the rotating spheres, and their nearness and proximity. And so we find that there's a kind of what we call a magnetical gravitational relationship. And so the foundation, we call it gravitational, and the transmission, we call it magnetical. And we see this because we're finding that the gravitational energy is stronger than the magnetical energy. Except there's a problem. And the problem is the small m matter state is weaker than the capital M matter state, which is actually plasmatic. So if the stronger feeds the weaker, then the plasma state becomes gravitational. But the plasma state, and likewise the dynamic plasma state, is a plasma state and it's not physical. So we have a bit of an anomaly here. So Dino Kraspedon, the brilliant Brazilian mathematical mathematician, mathematician is mathematical, yes. So he figured out that there's a magnetical residue, and we call it God because it's a set of mutually perpendicular lines of force oscillating upon themselves. And so the question then becomes is how do we go from one point to another, and how do we choose? So there is such a thing as a natural selection, and so there's also a precedence, and that has to do with nearness and proximity. So in this case, if we say, well, the x-axis is first, let's say, and so it chooses a route to go from one point to the other point, and the route goes from point to point. And so the perceived transmission is from the first point to the last point. But in fact, to get there, it has to navigate past two other points. And the reason it has to do that is because that only facilitates one dimension. So to facilitate the y-axis, now it has an option and it can go in another direction. And it goes from point to point, and its objective is to get to the same destination. But it goes by a different route. And now that the x-axis and the y-axis has selected its route, it kind of makes it easier for the z-axis to follow another route because it too wants to start at that same point and come together at the other point. And so thereby completing the third dimension. And so what you find is a confirmation of different patterns. And yet they all start from the same point and they come to the end at the same point, but they traveled a different route. And this is where the spice of life comes in. So we are all unique, but we are all part of the humanity race, and we all came from somewhere. So we came from a point, and we all came through our own route, and we came to the same point, Earth space. Hello, we're here. We were born here. And because we all came from a different route, came via a different route, excuse me, but we came from the same root, if you will. So ROOT as in plant root. That's our root, our origin, but we came by a different route, or some people say route. The point is, point by point, that we all have unique points of travel. And so we all came here. And so this is where we have the same family, but unique variety. So this becomes very important when we want to understand our planet, because there's 8 billion of us. But you know, there's a lot of things we don't know about our planet, and we've almost come to the point where we know more about other planets than we do about our own planet, for various reasons. But here in 1981, we finally got to see the North Pole of Saturn. And since Saturn is a gaseous planet, and since it rotates, it's kind of strange that it has a hexagonal format at the pole. Whereas the rest of the layers of the gases, and you see different layers, not only do you see different layers that are all flowing together in a laminar fashion, so this becomes your laminar surface flow, but there are rings. And those rings have a laminar flow as well. And what's interesting, of course, because we're talking about containment, is that this planet, as a gas, is contained within the planet. And the rings that go around the planet are contained within the ring structure. So we understand that poles flip. And of course, the reason they flip is because they facilitate energy in motion, because there's charges giving and taking. Well, where are these charge points? And they are on the star form points. So we have 7 points here. We have the point right in the center, and looks kind of hollow there. And then we have the other 6 points of the hexagon. And so all we have to understand is those points are also confirmation points. And so they are points of energy exchange. Just like Dino Kraspedon lined out. And so when we look at the points and how they travel along the edges of the cube, if we were just to reposition that cube slightly, you can see that it is in a hexagonal format. And so each of the points on the hexagon is a reaction point, just like each of the points on the cube, because the cube and the hexagon are basically the same thing, just from a slightly different point of view. And so what is happening there? Well, just like we have these rotating fields in a star formation and how we've set up our cups of life, the same thing is happening. So on each point, we get something different. And so when we look at the structure of amino acid, which is also in this point, we see that we get carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, and at the top we get hydrogen. But we also get other things in the center. So we started with these reactors, but as we said, we got a whole variety of gases, we got water, we got amino acid, a lot of things, and there was a lot of energy in motion. And so when we look at the point source and we take a plasma scan to see that energy in motion, and if we could see that energy in motion because it's not visible, but let's do what NASA does and colorize the picture, and we could see that not only are these converging and diverging, but they're well organized. And not only are they creating a structure in the center, but they're creating a structure around the center. So this is why when we look at the periodic table of elements, what we're seeing is the Earth space range. So the Earth space is our environment. And so that has a range with respect to the pH scale, but the Earth space range has a range with respect to the periodic table of elements. So we find that all of these elements, and we talked about the amino acids, they're part of the periodic table, but then we have these other things like copper, zinc, and iron, And of course, these mediums like sodium, magnesium, potassium, and calcium. And then we have these other things like silicone and sulfur. And then there's this very unusual group here, and we call them non-reactive gases. They're inert gases. But since energy is always in motion, obviously they're not inert. They are in balance. So they kind of become that midpoint between one side and the other. And so you need this one side and the other, because when you're looking at the surface reactants, like we talked about last week, we see that the coming together of two MAGRAV conditions have a magnetical interaction and then become a byproduct. And so here we see the hydrogen spectrum, which is the beginning of the elements on the periodic table of elements. So we see this magnetical manifestation based on this surface reactance. But that surface reactance has an undersurface, this gravitational conformation. In other words, the coming together of these two plasma fields create this gravitational conformation. And until it interacts with an environment, it's hard for us to tell what it is, which means that we have to create another gravitational field. And so this is how we manifested the hydrogen spectrum. And this is how we continue with this to manifest the materialization spectrum of each and every element of the periodic table of elements. And when we see that spectrum, that fingerprint, which is a unique fingerprint, then we get this gravitational confirmation of whatever we've created within the range, within our environment. So that takes care of your basic visible universal embodiment. So let's just leave the beyond at this point in time. So we see the two fundamental things of the bringing together of the hydrogen, and then of course the bringing together of the oxygen, and that becomes an energy parceling unit. And it's unique in that the structure has two hydrogens and one oxygen. And the hydrogen is magnetical and the oxygen is gravitational, but they come in balance together and forms a MAGRAV condition. And so we find that the water itself in its liquid state is, well, it's transparent and it's round. In fact, it's perfectly round. And because water is a universal solvent, we can shear off one of the hydrogens, and that becomes your energy in motion. It's an energy pack. It's positive. It's gone. Once you've lost a positive, that leaves you as a negative. And so we're left with one hydrogen and one oxygen, and we call that a hydroxyl. And that becomes highly reactive. And it becomes highly reactive at the surface. So if we were to look at a diagram of water, and we say, well, it's H2O, which means the mass of the hydrogen is 1 and the mass of the oxygen is 8, which is like, you could say 8 hydrogen, but not really. There are other differences, but there are 8 times more hydrogen in oxygen than there are in hydrogen. So if you tally up the 2 hydrogens plus the 1 oxygen, you come into a mass of 10, which is an order of magnitude, which kind of corresponds with the pH table. And if you lose one of the hydrogens, well, now you've got hydrogen 1 plus oxygen 8. Now you only have 9. So that doesn't allow you to change the pH. That keeps you within that range, wanting to create another balanced MAGRAF. However, we do change pH. And so we find in a slightly alkaline state that we can produce essential amino acids like alpha-linolenic acid. And what makes it so interesting is, of course, that, well, we now bring in more hydrogens and we bring in more oxygen. And these are facilitated at the bend points. So when we create this bend, it creates a convergence of oxygen. So really, inside this amino acid, which is oil, we create 3 links, and each one is oxygen and hydrogen. And since they always come in pairs, so we actually create 3 H2Os. So we can clearly see that in the creation of essential fatty acids, which are oils, we create water. So this becomes the product of creation. And so why is that important? Because when you create, like we discussed in some of the earlier classes in the basic teaching and how we made the nanocoating, because of the multiple layers, we created these nanostars. The thing about these nanostars, of course, is that you don't necessarily decide which is the gravitational side and which is the magnetical side. But if you link them up, then the opposite poles have to attract. And when you start to get them in a chain, then they link in a chain. And if you have more than 3 in this chain, then it becomes a polymer. And a polymer is basically a material that is created synthetically, and it just grows in a linear fashion. And then it just creates a structure by applying more and more of itself. But if you're creating a protein, more than 3, which is 4 in a chain, they fold over into protein. So the amino acid no longer is amino acid, it's now protein. And so this is how you get the 4 amino acids together. And of course, they obey the magnetical gravitational relationship of this protein state. And so, as we said, with this protein state, we create water. And so because of this ability to create protein and to create water, we can create a phospholytic containment system using phospholipids. And so there's a point that's inside the cell, a point that's outside the cell. And so there has to be a communication in there. And then there's also a communication from cell to cell. So somehow things have to go from inside to the outside of your self-containment and go to the inside or outside of another field's self-containment. And so that's how the energy moves. And if oil and water mixed, then our cells would not be able to contain themselves. And we would just be bags of mush. And then we just kind of slide on the floor, I guess. But, in physics, we talked about this meniscus last week, which is the curvature in the upper surface of a liquid close to the surface of a container or another object. And this is produced by surface tension. But interestingly enough, when the water is in a container, the meniscus goes up. But when you find something that's very, very dense, like mercury, the meniscus goes down. So there's clearly a difference in this surface tension based on the density of the material that you're looking at. And the relationship of both of these materials in this particular example, they are in glass test tubes, let's say. And then, of course, above the containment is air. And that air is contained above the water, and the air is contained above the mercury. But that's the relationship from the water side. What if we looked at the relationship from the air side? So in other words, let's flip this whole thing around. And we'll say from the air's point of view, the air is convex. And the air, with respect to mercury, is concave. Well, okay, just a moment here. The mercury is more dense than the water, so thereby the mercury is convex. Okay. But the air is not more dense than the water. So in that case, how could the air be convex? So the only way that you can have this exchange at the surface, because there's not only an exchange between the water and the glass, but there's an exchange of energy between the water and the air. So there has to be some pole flipping going on, because some of the water is exchanging with the air and some of the water is exchanging with the glass. And likewise, some of the mercury is exchanging with the air and some of the mercury is exchanging with the glass. So there is definitely a gravitational magnetical relationship, and it is constantly in motion. So therefore, the poles are flipping. Now, when we're talking about pH, we need to understand a product like anhydrous ammonia, which is a gas form of ammonia that contains no water. Okay, so now we've taken water out of the equation. And the formula is NH3, and it's widely used as a source of nitrogen fertilizer. Okay, so we're missing oxygen here. But, you know, it has still 4 points, except that this time the nitrogen is nitrogen 7, and the hydrogen is 1 + 1 + 1. And 7 and 3, that's 10. Isn't that interesting? And it happens to be extremely alkaline. And it's easy to apply, right? But, you know, if it's not handled properly, it can be dangerous. So we understand that anhydrous means without water, right? And so anhydrous ammonia contains 82% nitrogen, the highest amount of any nitrogen fertilizer. So, but in some respects, it behaves like water, since you can have it in solid, liquid, and gaseous form. Okay. So then there's another product called montmorillonite. And this is a natural clay mineral. And it has these conformities. It's called a phyllosilicate. And it actually comes in 2 tetrahedral sheets and 1 octahedral sheet. 3 dimensions. Isn't that interesting? And unlike other clay nanoparticles, the montmorillonite presents an inner layer space between each triple sheet layer. Kind of like phospholipids. So montmorillonite itself is a very soft phyllosilicate group of minerals that form when they precipitate. They precipitate from a water solution as microscopic crystals. So that's known as clay. And so if we look at the formula of montmorillonite, we see that, well, there's sodium, there's calcium, aluminum, magnesium, silicon, oxygen, there's hydroxyls, there's even water molecules. So it all depends on, you know, if it's wet or if it's dry. And so it's called a colloidal hydrated aluminum silicate. And it swells 12 times its dry size when added to water. Well, 12 times is more than an order of magnitude. 10 times is an order of magnitude. So when it's dry, it really shrinks. And it's hydrophobic. But when you add water to it, it swells up. And at that point, it acts totally differently. But it has a higher alkalinity on the pH scale. And when you look at fish husbandry, and especially in the Orient, where they treasure the brilliant colors of goldfish and koi, you find that the colors are really, really brilliant. And when you compare those colors to, say, those kinds of fish that are bred in Florida, they're not as brilliantly colored. And the reason is very simple. They use a lot of montmorillonite in the Japanese ponds. And the reason for that is because it enhances the brilliance of the color, the radiance of the color, the brilliance, the shine. And it also affects the fish health. And there's another fish that is also rewarded with brilliant colors that comes in the rift lakes in Africa, particularly Lake Tanganyika and Lake Malawi. And they're extremely deep and extremely alkaline. We're talking about a pH of 8.5. So when you look at the Amazon, and they have cichlids there as well, but they're not as brilliantly colored as they are in Africa. And that's because the pH of the water is between 6.5 and 7.5. But this becomes very important because when the pH of the water is 7.5, the fish can lay eggs. And when it goes down to 6.5, the eggs hatch. And the reason for it is because the shell of the egg is calcium based. And of course, it needs to be harder in order to facilitate containment of the egg. Okay, so even the fish know by, shall we say, responding to the pH of the water, they know when to lay the eggs, and then they know when to nurture their offspring. So when we're talking about this meniscus and this attraction, this energy that is facilitated through this alkalinity or its acidity, we find that the meniscus of the curved liquid surface results in a kind of interplay of adhesion. So the liquid's attraction is attracted to its container, or it's attracted to itself. So that adhesion drives capillary action, which draws a liquid up a narrow tube. And so we can actually take a tube between containers, and that container could be a cup, it could be a pond, and they could all be at the same height. So by filling the tubes up with the water, even though the tubes are above the surface of the water, due to the connection and the capillary action, you could create this daisy chain effect where the water coming into one container will eventually come out on the other container. And the result is that you have a stable flow in each and every container. So you have only one in and one out, but you have 6 containers that are interconnected. So we understand siphoning, right? You know, if you've ever siphoned gas out from a car, or you find that the principle with a siphon hose is to flow from one containment to another. There's a plant. It's ideal for this purpose. It's called Java moss. And as you can see, it has an extremely high surface to volume ratio, extremely high. Very hairy, and each of the hairs has a lot of hairs. So extremely high surface to volume. And when they are moist, they create a capillary bridge. And so you can, in fact, using Java moss instead of a siphon hose, flow from one containment to another. And it's actually really beautiful, because with the flow of the water that comes in once, flows through 6 containers and goes out, it has to go through this Java moss bridge. And as the water flows, it's giving and taking energy. And so the Java moss itself grows. And as the Java moss grows, it becomes a more stable bridge. And in fact, as it grows, then it can actually increase the flow from one containment to another. And so you find that the water quality becomes extremely good. So this is the way nature allows flow from one containment to the other. So the Java moss, in fact, becomes a siphon. So this is, you have the clay containers, which are hydrophobic, so you don't lose any moisture. You have the Java moss containment bridge to allow the flow. And the energy is moving, even though everything is very, very stable. So when we have the change of the seasons, funny thing happens. We have a snow containment, like you can make a snowman. And so Mr. Snowman can stay together, but there's no container. He just stays together, right? Because it's cold. And so we have the snow, and somehow, because of the density of the snow, it's able to create a snowball. And you put a bunch of snowballs together and you get Mr. Snowman. But when the temperature rises, Mr. Snowman becomes Mr. Puddles. And so you need another kind of containment for that. So it'd be kind of handy to have a clay lined pond so you can contain Mr. Puddles, and maybe you can get some fish in there. So we've said that oil and water do not mix. But if we introduce another concept, what we call emulsification, which is the process of mixing 2 immiscible phases, such as oil and water, with the aid of a surface active agent. That's what we talked about last week. It's called an emulsifier, and it actually emulsifies into a homogeneous dispersion, or an emulsion. That's using a surfactant. But what happens if we use water? Well, we've already said that oil and water don't mix. So if you look at the picture on the left, you see that the oil in combination with water at a pH of 7 forms a very, very distinctive layer above the glass. So the water is at the bottom and the oil is on top. Well, we understand that because the amino acids from our cups of life are on top, right? So there's definitely a boundary of that. Now, if you've ever taken the amino acid from a cup of life and added it to water, and I'm sure all of us have done that, but if you look very, very closely, you will find that that amino acid will actually emulsify in the water. It will not sit on top of the other water container. And so this becomes the connection. The amino acid that you make in the cup of life, as you transfer it to another container of water, becomes the connection to that cup of water. Well, how does this relate to emulsification? Well, if you change the pH of the water and make it extremely alkaline, so going back up to a pH of 11.5, you don't need a surfactant. Just by changing the pH of the water into high alkalinity, strong alkalinity, oil and water mix. So this is above the normal drinking water range. The normal drinking water range is at 6.5 to 8.5 pH. But the plasma water, if anyone's measured the pH of the plasma water that you've created, it usually comes in around 7.5 to 8, which interestingly enough is slightly alkaline, kind of like your essential fatty acids. How cool is that? But if you go into the extreme alkaline state, well, all of a sudden, this containment of oil and water, as you would see in your phospholipids, suddenly there's no containment. You have an emulsion of both oil and water, and you did that naturally. So we talked about surfactants. So this is a substance such as a detergent, for instance, that is when it's added to a liquid, reduces its surface tension, thereby increasing its spreading and wetting properties. Well, wait a second. If you were to add a surfactant to the Java moss water bridge, you would lose that surface tension and the water will not have a siphon effect. Now, where do you see these surfactants in your life? And they say, well, it's in detergents. Yeah. There's a difference between powder detergent and liquid detergent. And so the liquid detergent is made with surfactants. And so what this is good, as you all know, that if you want to, say, pick up a little particle off the floor, you would take your finger and lick it, put a little water on it, and stick your finger to that particle, and you can lift it up off the floor. And yet, when you go into a commercial building and there's the cleaner cleaning the floor, you've got all these yellow signs all over the place, slippery when wet. Well, how can the water be sticky and be slippery at the same time? So a lot has to do with the pH, because that determines the difference between the hydrophilic heads and the hydrophobic tails. And it also affects the spreading and wetting properties of the water. So we can do that naturally with the pH, or we can do it with chemical substances. And so imagine, if you will, all the laundromats that are working out there, flushing these detergents with these surfactants down the drain and into our waterways. And what is that doing to the flow of life on this planet? Well, there's another interesting thing used for flocculants, for surfactants, I'm sorry, is in the manufacture of flocculants. Flocculants are a substance that promotes the agglomeration of fine particles present in a solution, fine particles, and it creates a flock, which then floats on the surface. Or it settles to the bottom. That's called sedimentation. And so this allows it to be more easily removed from the liquid. So here's a picture of a bottle of Gans. And that Gans is in a bottle of water. And so if we talk about sedimentation, that is a settlement of the solid towards the bottom. And so Gans does that. But Gans is a gas as a nanosolid. Is it a flocculant? Is it a natural flocculant? By this definition, it seems to be, because we're using it to purify the water. We decant the water from the top of this Gans bottle, and that's our drinking water. Isn't that interesting? So this business of this hexagon and its stability is really a mirage. So not only is there a wobble, but there's a flipping of charge. And there is a structure, a hexagonal structure, but it's not always whole. In other words, if you were to remove one of the sides, although you still remain with the structure, and then take that and flip it, so now you've changed the position by flipping. It's like turning the key in a lock. And what does that mean? Well, something that is near or in proximity will change its nearness and proximity by the position of flipping. So this becomes very important if we're going to understand amino acids. And then we see that there's a relationship between 4 basic amino acids, where we have no sugar with the thymine and the cytosine, and we have sugar with the adenine and guanine. And the sugar is pentagonal. And of course, it's asymmetric. And so this is good when you see it flipping. But, you know, if you look at the hexagon, you say it's symmetrical, but wait. Look at the adenine. It has a nitrogen with 2 hydrogens on one side and a hydrogen on the other side. Aren't these the components of anhydrous ammonia? And if you were to flip this hexagonal thing, even though it was symmetric, it would clearly affect the nearness and proximity of that amino acid with others. And so if you have energy in motion, then you have to understand that all of these hexagonal structures are constantly flipping, and the pentagonal structures are also flipping. But when you look at phosphorylation, which is what it is the process of the digestion of glucose, which is the fundamental component of our food, and we find it's in a hexagonal structure, what happens is the points flip. The phosphorylation is the flipping of the points from glucose to fructose, and fructose is a sugar, and we produce that naturally. So when we have a high sugar diet, we can't phosphorylate that. So it becomes filler, it becomes excess, it becomes baggage, and it causes other problems. And so it doesn't allow this flipping to happen, because the whole purpose of the flipping is to provide the phosphorylation. So we're stopping that. In other words, we're stopping the transmission of energy, and we're stopping the transition of energy from the brain to the body, and the transmutation from the soul to the physicality. And so when you look at the flipping, we say there's a flipping at the points. There's a flipping of the hexagonal formation. And then there's also twisting at the waist. So where you have the connection, the nearness and proximity may be far apart, or it may be close together, simply by twisting the upper hemisphere and the lower hemisphere. So now we see there's a different kind of interaction of energy and motion, and we say it's a two-way street. So the two-way street is for the self-containment of the self-serving, self-binding format, but there's also the interaction with another form. And the reason for that is because we have one Earth that's rotating in its physicality, but we have the hemispheric rotation of the plasma fields, and they oppose each other. So there are two hemispheric rotations and one physical rotation. So when we're trying to graph these things in physicality, and we see, you know, there's an up and there's a down, there's an up and a down, and it kind of creates a sine wave as things go around. And you have your three dimensions because your rotating field is actually spherical, it's not flat, but it keeps moving along. So each point that is moving along is up and down like a sine wave, and these are all overlapping fields. But as they change their position, you on the x-axis are in motion. And you are in a car, and you're the driver in the car, and you start at one point and you go to the other point and you make it there. But things have changed in between. There's a lot of energy in motion. So there's energy exchange, and we say the opposite poles attract. Oh, okay, well, that's good. But if you have energy in motion, then you have to have the fields being connected, and not just at the hip, but there has to be energy that goes across. So there's a repulsion gap at the same time. Remember, it's a two-way street. So there's an attraction point and a repulsion gap connection. So now we can graph the dimension and say, well, you know, it's a two-way street. When one is up, the other one is down, and when the other one's down, the other one's up. And so you have these overlapping fields and these overlapping connections. But, you know, you have to have these opposite poles attracting. So that's what causes the connection. And it's a two-way street. But if you have the poles flipped over, then how do you maintain this connection? Because let's face it, like poles will repel. So this is really going to disrupt the connection. And isn't that what happens when you go to these extremes? So what does that mean? That means the repulsion, two poles, like poles repel, but they don't just fly off. They still stay connected because there's an attraction gap connection. And so that energy connection is a two-way street. So we were saying there's a repulsion connection, an attraction gap connection, or there's an attraction connection and a repulsion gap connection. And it all depends on how the poles are aligned. So now we've resolved that by having the opposite poles all facing together. And so if you follow the green line going from the left to the right, you make it. And if you follow the orange line from the right to the left, you also make it. This is not a sine wave, this is a square wave. And what you see is a nice flow on the x-axis dimension. But in order to facilitate that x-axis dimension, you have to understand there's an exchange of energy in the y-axis dimension and, of course, in the z-axis dimension as well. So the plasma rule is the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, which means when you have these poles coming together is a point of conflict. And so that conflict can be a point of containment also. Well, does it have to be contained, or can there be a deflection? Well, the thing is that when these forces come together, those forces remain. And then when you have this conflict, and even though that may be say a massive energy exchange, there is no bag, there is no containment. And yet the combination of these two forces coming together in what you could call an energy explosion of some sort, whether it's a splash or a bang or a flash, it's contained. So how does that containment become contained at that point? Or it completely disappears. And so you look in the middle of your GANs and you have, well, nothing there. And that nothing is contained within the GANs. Well, what kind of containment is that? So when we look at our dynamic plasma aura, what contains that? And when we see the radiance feeding, what's the containment for that? And then this radiance feedback, well, what, same question. Where's the containment from that? And so then if we see that the emission is magnetical and the absorption is gravitational, well, then there has to be a pole flipping. And despite the pole flipping, there has to be some kind of containment. And in order to flip, there has to be some kind of energy coming and going. And where's the containment of that? So when we look at the graphing of our souls and we see how, we all come together, we find that we stay within a range. And within that range, as reflected on this graph by amplitude, then we see that within that range is our point of containment. But obviously, there's something that's beyond. And we know that something is beyond because when we look at the agitation of the frequencies and compare that on the left side where we have that flat line at the center point where there is no frequency, where did it go? And what is it contained in? So this all becomes part of our understanding of the transmission spectrum. And, we always say, well, what you see is what you get. Seriously? Well, the beauty is only skin deep, isn't it? Well, so is ugly. And that's why you see sometimes, you ignore the ugly duckling, but they grow up into be a beautiful swan and you say, my God, here I am working with superficiality on the surface, and I totally miss the internal substance because that internal substance reflects the plasma substrate, and the plasma substrate is the foundation for the physicality. So what we see is in the visible spectrum, and that visible spectrum is our point of containment in what we call the here and the now. But obviously, there's stuff that we can't see beyond this point of containment, and it too is contained. So we can't see the container, and we can't see the point of containment, and it's just some nebulous point one step beyond. And this is all part of transmission, because the transmission is the release of that binding energy. It has to precede the retrieval of the beneficial energy. The field release has to precede the field capture. The giving has to precede the taking. The emission has to precede the absorption. So motion cannot exist without a coexistence because motion is a product of existence. So motion and coexistence reside in both matter states. That state of the plasma dominant point of containment precedes that state of the physical dominant point of containment. And we have to understand, learn, or in many cases, relearn, because we're so dimension centric. And we've come to the conclusion that it's not man space centric. Forget about that, because we're so unstable, whereas the Earth space is very stable. So, we could say that it's probably Earth space centric, but, then there's the sun. And, we haven't talked much about that, so we can't come to too many conclusions. But each of these fields is contained. And so each containment is dimension centric. And the proximity is dimension centric. And the nature of the pressure is dimension centric. In fact, the surface reactance involves the 3-dimension transmission. But there's a message. What's the message? And how is that message contained? We haven't talked about that. We're just talking about our transmission. And the part of the transmission that we talk about is we're only talking about the feedback transition, things that we can hear, light that we can see, heat that we can feel, or pressure we can feel, the luster, the shine, the superficiality, or the laminar containment. And this is our dominant feedback. We are feedback dominant in our matter plasma dimensions. And that needs to change because we're missing so much. And as such, the Keshe Foundation is launching the opportunity for advanced science teams to carry on with the research so that we can bring peace and harmony faster to this planet. Because we are now in the post-March 15, 2024 era of choices. And in that regard, we have no choice. We are in the post-March 15th era. But the choice is to enjoy this bountiful Earth space by understanding the transmutation space of the outer space and the harmony and the graceful space of our inner space. That greater oneness, we're all part of the humanity family. We've been discussing this for 531 Thursdays in a row in the Knowledge Seekers workshops, transcending the limitations of nuclear science. And we've tried so many ways to teach, and they're keep looking for more and better and more effective ways. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, teachings on plasma science. Welcome all you beautiful knowledge seekers. It really is time to get back on track. There's a world peace treaty. We have to sign it. We have to sign it with our soul, sign it with feeling, sign it with sincerity, and sign it with our inner peace. So the question is, man the reactor of a 3-dimensional universe? Can man find heaven through the field transmission of vertical motion with the guidance of forward motion and perpendicular rotation, feeling the pressure of the 3 dimensions of truth? The message manifestation comes from beyond the physical confirmation dimension. That's why plasma science needs to continue to be delivered daily in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. And I hope you enjoyed this trip, and thank you very much for allowing me to present.
Thank you, Alex, for presenting. Very interesting concepts. Again, causes us to think and relate it to the plasma understanding if we can. I saw Joseph's mic just come open. He may have a question or a comment.
Yes, maybe a quite heavy question. We have seen the amino acids, and you have explained it very deeply. Now, in my understanding, is the body the mirror of the soul. So these amino acid structures are also part of our DNA. Do you know where this connection point is to our RNA?
That's a brilliant question. The RNA is the energy parcel. So you can't hold it. So if you think of the DNA RNA relationship, think of a battery. You know there's energy in the battery, and you can only hold the battery. And so that DNA is the form factor of your RNA. But the RNA is your knowledge, is the knowledge that you had when you were born. So that knowledge then had to be converted into the physical environment so that when you were born, you were able to manifest all of that knowledge together within your physicality. So that's the transition from the RNA to the DNA. Then the DNA is now your fingerprint. And your fingerprint has to interact with the environment. And that environment is our Earth space. And our Earth space, DNA, is manifest from its nearness and proximity to the sun and all the planets in the solar system. And it has manifested in a certain way. So now our physical materialization is dependent on our Earth space. And our Earth space is dependent on the materialization of the solar system space. And so we cannot materialize without that determination having been made. And all we have to do is have that seed point with coming together of the interaction of the fields between the soul and the soul of the physicality. And those are in a plasmatic state, and they carry the knowledge of the RNA. And once they manifest into the physicality, that physicality is carried through the carbon-14 connection into our cellular structure, which is still in a plasmatic state because our amino acid structure comes from the DNA. So there's a sequence. So the sequence is the energy from the universe as it travels through and becomes embodied within our excuse me, our RNA, and then is converted to the DNA. So the DNA is the gravitational aspect of the energy exchange between the RNA, which is magnetical. So if you look at the RNA, DNA is a MAGRAV condition, and of course it's non-visible. So how does the mRNA play into this? Well, because the mRNA is a reflection of the interaction of the environment with the course of your life. And so that feeds back to your DNA, and your DNA then has to adjust to your environment. So today it's cold, so you have to, shall we say, raise your body temperature, or today is hot. Well, you need to be able to cool down, and you can do this naturally. Many people prefer to do it with an air conditioner or with a heater. But as we know with the plasma science, we can create an environment within our domicile, whether it be the home or a dome of some sort, and we can regulate the temperature. But the temperature is not the temperature of the atmosphere. The temperature is our comfort, our self-serving, energy binding comfort. And that energy binding becomes a product of the interaction of the energies, the magnetical and gravitational plasma forces within our domicile. So that plasmatic energy then likewise has to be converted to its physical dimension so that our physical dimension can interact with that physical dimension. And then we get another feedback that says, yes, you've done the job. So that's working. Another example, if I may, and it's a very important example because we all injure ourselves. So when you cut yourself, the feedback comes back. you've damaged yourself, the cells have to now begin turning on and creating more than what they had because there's a removal. So as soon as you remove that, it creates a high negative charge. And so all this energy is coming and it's painful. And as soon as that polarity flips over, then the pain goes away. But why would it flip over? Because now you've restored back to the continuation of the aura around your body, which is highly negative. So you're not concentrating on that wound, you're now concentrating on the whole. And at that point, the healing stops. The failure of healing to stop, in other words, the failure of the stopping of the creation of cells is called cancer. And so this is done through the disruption of the transmission dimensions of our physicality. And so if we are sending false signals back through our mRNA, which is in the physical state, and communicating that with the DNA, then the DNA will send that signal back up to the RNA, and there will be an adjustment. There will be an adjustment in the interaction of the energy fields between your soul and your physicality and the soul of the earth and the earth's physicality. So in order for us to work within this harmony, we need to stop being physically dominant and connect with the plasma soul, the dome of peace on this planet, because the planet is inherently peaceful. So we're the ones with the problem, and because we're physically dominant. If we were plasma dominant, then we would simply align ourselves with our soul, which is already aligning with the planet. And you know that because you were born. You wouldn't be born on Earth if you weren't aligned. You'd be born on Mars or Jupiter or Saturn or somewhere. So, you know, you came here willingly. That's the whole point. And if you came here willingly, then you came for a purpose. And that purpose is ingrained in your RNA. So now, if we disconnect our RNA and say, oh, you know, we don't know what that is, we're just going to dissect the DNA. Well, the DNA is the same in each and every cell in your body. So if you have a left thumb and you have a right thumb and you have the same DNA, then the DNA is not the difference. You know, if you have a left lung and a right lung and the DNA is the same, DNA is not the difference. The DNA is the same in each and every cell. So, and the knowledge that the RNA delivers is the same in each and every cell. Because how can the kidney differentiate from the pancreas? And why would the kidney create a phospholipid layer around it so that they can differentiate between oil and water? Because when it provides that plasmatic energy to produce the oil, it also produces the water at the same time. But that water is not the physical water that we have in our streams. That is the plasma water that we create in the cups of life. That is the plasma water that we create when we produce the GANs. That is the plasma water that is with the amino acid in a plasmatic state floating on the top of the water. And you know it's plasmatic because oil and water do not mix. And if you take that amino acid off the top of the cup and you dip it in another bottle of water, say physical water that you brought out of the tap, you'll see that amino acid will disperse completely through that cup. And in the process of dispersing, you now have a field interaction, which is now transferring from the higher energy, which is encapsulated within the amino acid, and transfer to the lower energy of the physical water. And so you elevate the strength of that water from its physical condition into a plasmatic condition. And then when you drink that water and you have the amino acid connection, now you create a seed. And your RNA, because it's of a higher energy strength, connects directly to that. And now you have that rock solid, 100% perfect blueprint of your soul. This is such an important thing to understand, and it was released on the YouTube when they tried to figure out how does protein get manufactured, because they couldn't make the connection between the amino acid and the protein, because the protein has to bend, it has to fold over. Where is that energy coming from? It comes from the energy pack we call RNA. And it will, because it has that, your blueprint, it will adjust its communication transmission based on what you want to do. So you want to make protein of a liver, you want to make protein of the heart, or you want to make protein of the skin. The RNA knows that because each one has this fingerprint, which we call a spectrum, a plasmatic spectrum. Thank you, Joseph. Beautiful question.
Thank you, Alex. One thing, could you be so kind and show the picture of the amino acids again?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Then I will have a try where to find the RNA.
Oh, okay, well, let's see if I know then what you're talking about. Okay, so what I talked about, well, are you talking about
No, where you have the pentagonal and hexagonal. This one,
okay,
please.
got it. Right, bingo.
Okay, coming from the viewpoint that our soul is in the center of our brain and is the gravitational center of our whole body. And
right.
every cell has also a gravitational center and is connected to this higher level energy. So in my theory at the moment, and my knowledge is weak like the knowledge of anybody else, you have every atom has this gravitational center in the middle.
Right.
It's not that easy to draw with this trackball I have. And together we have here also a gravitational center. And then we have here in this structure also a gravitational center, but somehow the center will be somewhere else because there are two centers and each building block has a center. And all together, because they have this connection in the structure, they will have this, I will draw it in a different color. Let's take this one. So for example, maybe this point will be here. And we have this double helix structure. Just imagine it, please. I won't draw it at the moment, but we have many of these amino acids together in this. Well, I try somehow to let's make it this way, because there we have the bridges in there.
Correct.
And I think this RNA structure is in these structures, like the soul is in our brain, like in the center of every cell we have also a little soul, let's call it. And maybe we can find, but it's just theory at the moment. I just wanted to share it maybe we can.
Oh, it's not theory. It's not theory. No.
Okay.
No, you're 100% correct. If you have the red dot in the center of the hexagonal structure of the adenine, you have the red dot in the pentagonal structure of the adenine. That's the soul. That soul is a coexistence of the soul of the body. Let me put it to you another way. Joseph, have you ever had an idea?
Many of them, but not always the best ones.
Oh, I wasn't making a comment. I was just asking you if you had an idea. So that idea is a part of you. It's a coexistence because you created it. But in the process of creating that idea, you didn't cut yourself, did you? And you know, I used to joke with my wife, you know, because when she came up with an idea, I'd always ask her, did it hurt? You have an idea, the creation of the idea doesn't hurt. The hurt comes when you try and share that idea with someone else and they say, oh, you know, that's a stupid idea. That's when it hurts. But the creation of the idea itself doesn't hurt because the idea is a coexistence of yourself. So how will that idea, shall we say, grow? So you have to test that idea. So like you say, oh, well, there's a theory. Okay, so you call it a theory. Well, you only have to disprove a theory once that to convert that theory to the trash bin, okay? Because things have to be perfect. They have to work. And this is the thing about the plasma science. It is no longer a theory because the theory has been put in practice. And so we predict an outcome because we had an idea. And that outcome manifests itself in physicality, which meant it was a good idea. It was a correct thinking. And so this is the whole point. We have to have correct thinking. And, you know, for some people, when they do this kind of thinking, they don't actually want to come up with the answer because the process of thinking gives them a position and they like that position. But as soon as the thinking is finished and it manifests into something, well, guess what? You don't have to do the thinking anymore. It's already done. It's finished. And when it's finished, then you move on. That's all part of the growing. But we don't want to leave. We're so happy within our containment. Okay, I'm a professor. I'm a scientist. I'm a bus driver. You know, I'm an engineer. You want to maintain that because it gives you a position within the society. Well, being an engineer is not part of your RNA. Being an engineer is a manifestation of your nearness and proximity within the earth. So, you know, maybe today you're an engineer, tomorrow you'll be a farmer. You know, I grew up in the city and, you know, you talk about stupid. You know, you have no idea, you know, how the food gets to your table. And, you know, I used to be fascinated when I went to the country because I would go to the farmer's market and I would see the farmers bringing their food. And then this is the food that I would buy in the grocery store when the truck would deliver it. And here the farmer was delivering it. And then the farmer was growing the food. And how did he grow the food? So this was all the knowledge that was coming and everybody had an idea. But the fundamental idea that was when I was taught this, And how I was taught this was because the systems that I grew up with failed me. It failed me. I was given 6 months to live when I was 35 years old. My health had failed so badly. And, you know, I don't care. You know, if they said today that I had 6 months to live, I'd feel just as, you know, betrayed and shortchanged. Okay, because I'm, from my viewpoint, we're in heaven, and heaven is on earth, and we haven't had an opportunity to fully enjoy it the way literally we're entitled to enjoy it. So the thing is that it changes your life, it changes your perspective. I talked to a person just yesterday. They have a toy car collection, you know, those model cars, and it's quite valuable, and he doesn't want to part with it, but he is dying. So he actually values the car collection more than he does his health. And this is the kind of thing that we've done. We've substituted our physical dominance for our plasma dominance, which is the substructure of our physical manifestation. So that physical manifestation comes as an idea of our soul, and it's embedded within the soul structure within each structure. So as you've drawn in the adenine, you've got a soul in the hexagonal format and a soul in the pentagonal format. But Joseph, where you've drawn the green dot, there is another form that's in there. And that green dot is surrounded by, let's start on the left, nitrogen, calcium, another nitrogen, and it continues straight up into another hydrogen. There's a field in there. There's a field in there determined by the nearness and proximity of all those elements. And if that pole flips, that field goes on the other side. And on the other side of the pentagonal format is another hydrogen. Well, that changes the picture, doesn't it?
What if the field changes all the time and this holds the structure together?
Exactly, it does. It does. Look at the connection between the pentagonal format and the hexagonal format. Two carbons. Okay, that is the hinge. That is a rotational hinge, so that both the pentagonal and the hexagonal format can rotate. But, you know, let's be clear. If the hexagonal format is stationary and the pentagon rotates, there will be a difference in nearness and proximity. If the pentagonal format is stationary and the hexagonal flips, the nearness and proximity will change. So in our stable complex state, the endpoints of the hexagonal point, all the poles flip. And so when you look at the structure of the hexagonal form, you have a double bond in the top right-hand corner of the hexagonal, carbon, nitrogen. You have another double bond at the bottom, carbon, nitrogen. And then the link between the hexagonal format and the pentagonal format, you have a double bond, but it's carbon. So that one is magnetical as compared to the carbon-nitrogen bond of the other two. So therefore, it is demanding feeding. So if the sugar feeds an extra hydrogen, right, because the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, then the sugar is now missing a hydrogen. Well, where does that come from? So it has to flip over and say, here, I give to you, and I flip over and I take. Once I receive, I flip over and I give. And then I flip over and I take. And that giving and the taking is the constant pole flipping. So when you're looking at these diagrams, you have to understand that everything is in constant motion. And it's not just the whole, it's the points as well. And even if you look at that in the going back to the adenine thing, you have another carbon nitrogen bond, a single bond. That is a twirling point because you have two hydrogens that are at the top. So they have to move. And if you give one of those hydrogens, because they're magnetical, if you give it, then it has to be replaced. So, now that it's gone, you've changed the nearness and proximity relationship, and it has to flip over. And once it flips over, then the other has to flip over to give. So when the hydrogen that's on the left-hand side, way far on the left-hand side, how does it navigate all the way point by point by point and gets back to the right-hand side? Then you understand that things have to flip constantly. And this is what we're missing. So when we look at what is the difference between someone in health, you find that they're slightly alkaline. Why? Because that involves the presence of oxygen. What happens if they're in poor health? They're slightly acidic. That means they are deprived of oxygen. If you look at the adenine, the sugar molecule there's no oxygen. If you look at the thymine and you look at the cytosine, even the guanine, there's oxygen. So the oxygen is fundamental in its magnetical plasmatic state for the gravitational anchorage on this planet. And oxygen always comes in pairs. And you can see that you have a double bond on the oxygen. So, when you have CO2, that's one carbon bonding with two oxygens. And why is the carbon bonding? Because it's lost two hydrogens. So it has to bond to the oxygen and you form a CO2, but that CO2 is in a plasmatic state. And now we know that there's a difference. CO2 in a plasmatic state is life-giving. CO2 in a physical state will asphyxiate you because the creation of the CO2 in the physical state is robbing the oxygen. The carbon has to take in the oxygen. If you burn a piece of wood, it turns black. That's the carbon that's black. And in order to convert to that, it's consuming oxygen. So there's a consumption, so there's a deprivation of oxygen. Whereas when the interaction of the energy coming from the sun interacting with the surface of the magnetosphere of the earth, it creates hydrogen and ozone, O3. So if that one oxygen, that third oxygen, the two's company, three's a crowd, the third oxygen combines with the hydrogen, boom, you've got water. If you consume two hydrogens out of that third oxygen, boom, you've got carbon. Now that carbon stays connected so that O3 becomes CO2. So the difference between O3 and CO2 is the two hydrogens. But when we're talking about this science and how it's done, then we clearly have to see that there's definitely a different kind of interaction in the upper atmosphere where the energy coming from the sun interacts with the magnetosphere of the earth. And there's a difference in the energy at the surface level where the surface of the bodies of water, like lakes and oceans and rivers, come in contact with the land. So the Earth's crust is silicon based, and the amino acid is organic. It's carbon based. So when we look at the periodic table of elements, we find that what is the difference between carbon and silicon? Ooh, silicon 14. I hope that helps, Joseph.
Let's put it that way. It's much to process. So it helps very much, but it needs some time to digest. Thank you.
I've got 30 years on you. I learned this in 1991, and that's the problem. So when I learned this, and I couldn't do anything with it, and then when I joined the Keshe Foundation, and people say, "Oh, how do you know that Mr. Keshe knows what he's talking about?" Because he understands these principles that we've just talked about, but he's gone beyond. He's so far down the road, I can't even see him. I can't even see the smoke from him going down the road. He's so far ahead. But that's a good thing, okay? Because there's a connection. As long as we understand what we're doing and we maintain that connection, it's easy to follow. We don't have to see him. So even when you connect on the soul transmutation training sessions on Fridays, you can't see the reactors. You're connected with the headphones. And if you're like me, you probably had your eyes closed. So, you're not working on the visible spectrum. You're working on the plasmatic soul spectrum. And that's connected. The Earth is working on that same spectrum. So that's the difference. And this is why I keep saying, we are plasma dominant, but the way we conduct our society is physical dominant. We're trying to tell the soul to shut up. And the soul is saying, hey, wait a second, I'm responsible for 70 trillion cells in your body. And you there, you're telling me that you don't like the job that I'm doing. So, we're out of line. So we have to understand that the process of creation always involves a coexistence, not a consumption.
We should be able to reach this level with the humbleness. I had moments in life where my physicality wanted something or wanted to do something, and it came extremely something different. The soul was dictating because the need of the soul is pretty much higher order than the physicality. And the soul knows much more and has much more overview and connections out there. And
So you need to check that.
You're only serving your soul. Even when you think you're doing different, it's impossible not to serve your soul. And with the humbleness, it should be possible to open the door.
It is possible to ignore your soul, because your soul will never kill. So the only way that a human being can do that is like when we were children and our parents say, oh, don't do that or don't go there, and you say, yes, mother, I hear you, and then you're around the block and around the corner, and then you say, oh, mom, go back into the kitchen and let me be me, and you get yourself in trouble. So if you're not listening to your soul will always guide you. Your soul is your best friend because that's you. And if you're not your best friend, you've got problems. And we indeed do have problems because exactly like what you've said. You said it so beautifully. So I don't want to repeat that. You've done a terrific job, and I really thank you for bringing this subject up. I've really wanted to talk about it in this kind of detail for a long time. So thank you very much.
Thank you too. It was a great input.
You'll find that there's consistency. Okay, that's very important. If there's no, if you find that, you come to the edge of the flat earth, you're down the wrong road.
Claudia's just raised her hand. Go right ahead. You don't need to raise your hand. We have microphones. Just come in. Thank you.
I only want to add something that I was listening and I want to ask Alex too about this knowledge. Because in medicine we study that the difference between DNA and RNA is only one amino acid. That the difference is guanine is in our DNA, and we change to uracil in our RNA. And I was seeing in the YouTube, Google now, the difference between them, and the difference is only one carbon, one hydrogen, 3 nitrogen, and 1 oxygen. So it's 5 amino acids.
Yes.
And in Google, it says that it's called fermiazil, I don't know the name. And I don't know why 5, the difference, because this difference I think is so important because it's the difference between our physicality and our soul. This change, this connection. And I don't know what to do with this knowledge, with this difference, with this
That's another.
Only this,
Yes. Claudia, finish, please.
Alex, sorry. Yes.
No, I didn't hear your last sentence. Could you repeat, please?
No, I don't know what to do because this knowledge came to me now when you were talking with Joseph, and I saw, and in Google came to my mind to see the difference between the uracil and the guanine, the difference between RNA and DNA, because the other amino acids is the same. So this difference between our DNA and RNA is only 5 amino acids. 1 carbon, 1 hydrogen, 3 nitrogen, and 1 oxygen. And it's not 6 for me. It was like 6 because Mr. Keshe talked so much with carbon, that carbon feed our soul. And I don't know why it's 5.
Well, the
it's
reason
only
it's,
that. Thank you.
That's another great question. The reason it's 5 is because the DNA, the chromosome, the helical coil is in combination, in pairs. And so we have a variety. We have trillions of differences, and each cell is different because of the location of each cell is different. You can't have one cell in 2 different locations, right? That it would be a neighboring cell. It's always a different cell. So you have to have this, but it goes to a very important point to do with calcium, because there's a relationship. So for instance, You have sodium chloride, and you have a sodium potassium relationship. You have a phosphorus sulfur relationship. Well, you have a calcium magnesium relationship. And the calcium is, generally speaking, in physicality, non-soluble. That means it's hydrophobic. Within the cell structure, calcium is present in each and every cell and is fundamental. But some of the calcium is liquid, some is solid, like bones, some is flexible, like the cartilage in your nose or the cartilage in your ears, and some calcium is actually food, like for your brain. So the calcium itself has multiple personalities, and it's been extremely difficult for us to recreate this in the physicality because of these properties. The only thing we seem to be able to create in the calcium is, well, actually, it's, where is it? It's here. Morellinate. And this is very important because it's very alkaline. So calcium by nature is alkaline. So, one of the products we produce in the cup of life is calcium carbonate. But that calcium is soluble. So if you were to go to a construction store, hardware store or something, and buy some calcium carbonate, you'd find that it would be settled to the bottom like a clay. And, if you were to stir it up, that calcium would be in suspension. And then if you let it sit, it would settle to the bottom again. So it isn't soluble. And that's the whole problem. But, when you take the calcium and you mix it with silicon, aluminum, and oxygen, you create cement. And cement is a silicate product. It is a hydrated aluminum silicate, and it's made from the Earth's crust. The Earth's crust is made from that. And it's because of this hydration of the interaction of the calcium, aluminum, and silicate consumes oxygen. It consumes oxygen. That's why it is part of the Earth's crust. Whereas when we have that within us as a GANS, it exchanges oxygen. So this is a different personality. So you have to have a change that facilitates that change in personality. So the amino acid structure and the link in the helical coil of the DNA is in pairs. And sometimes it's guanine and sometimes it's uracil. And it all depends on, what it is. So that you have a physicality above the neck and a physicality below the neck. And it's different. And it's different because the blood circulation in the body is inside the body, whereas the blood circulation around the head is around the outside. So, no one in the conventional science, was prepared to acknowledge that difference or account for that difference. And it really affects you, when you have to understand that the iron that's in the blood anchors you to the earth. So when we go to sleep and we go from a vertical position to a horizontal position, and we allow the soul to go, we're looking through a transformation where instead of the body encapsulating the soul encapsulates the body. But something happens in that process. There's a giving and taking of energy. So there's a giving and taking of creation. There's a giving and taking of decay. And so which is it? Is it decay? Is it creation? Or is it being a catalyst? So you yourself are a catalyst because you were born, you were a child, and you grew up to be an adult. So you were maintaining your gravitational stability and the necessary energy binding that came together. And, you drew your energy from whatever you needed. So now we understand that 80% comes from the universe. Well, this is good. So, we are already, most of the job is done. We just have to finish off that final 20%, but we find that last 20% is so disruptive and it's so dominant that it's occupying our focal point. And so if we can shift our focal point to understanding how we create, and as Joseph just said, something came to my mind and it manifested differently from what I thought. No, what came to your mind was correct. Your interpretation of what came to your mind was flawed somehow. So life is for learning. So now you say, okay, what is it that's different? And so, you've got to take the square peg and put it in the square hole, and the round peg, put it in the round hole. You have to sort it out. So how does this affect us in our life? Well, it changes our priorities. So, when I had cancer in my family, it came down to Christmas or paying for operation that's supposed to help with the cancer. Well, Christmas lost. Christmas lost. And if Christmas lost in that case, then, Christmas was a very important time in my family. Well, my family was more important. What's the sense in having Christmas if you don't have the family? So the family was more important. So Christmas lost. And if I lost Christmas, I might as well lose Easter, so I apologize. That's my own personal. So no offense to anybody. Everybody has, their own opinion. But the thing is that when we got rid of the cancer, then I had to learn about life. And I said, I don't want to learn about life. I just want to learn how to get rid of cancer. Well, in order to get rid of cancer, you have to understand, about life. You have to understand about RNA and DNA. And well, I don't want all that stuff. That's not going to help me. I was working with computers and doing accounting and stuff like that. RNA, DNA, who cares? Well, then I found out what the difference was. So then how does that incorporate with the society? Well, if you find out that, okay, look, as a man, I look at love differently from that of a woman. And now when I look at love, I look at it differently from when I was young. And I'm glad. Okay, because now I understand what the meaning of it is. And as Mark brought it up earlier on, this is, what is the love? The love is the energy of the universe. That's what it is. It's non-tangible. And the love is the connection. And so how does that work? Well, you have to recognize it. And it's not something that you trade off for money. It's not something that you weaponize. It's not something that you lord over someone or control them. No, love is eternal. Love is, it's a universal connection. How does it work? Well, who can you talk to about this subject? Who in your circle of friends can you talk to about this? You know, I think from what I know about your circle of friends, you're very lucky. You have more people who you can speak to than I do. You know, so we all run the risk, and when we talk to someone about this, they all look at us like we're crazy. Well, okay, well, it's not important. Why isn't that important? What's more important than understanding about life? I'd like to know what is more important than that. Why is it, you know, why is it all right that any kind of pain and suffering and hardship exists on this planet? Why is that tolerated? Who is tolerating this, and why is that done? And so when you find that if something is always something as opposed to being something else, so you say, oh well, you know, I want this, really, and so you shall have it. And then you say, well, you know, after 40 years, I still want this. Well, what have you been doing for 40 years? Well, for 40 years, I did it your way. And at the age of 40, I did it another way. And so what I struggled with for 8 years was gone in 3 weeks. And then Mr. Keshe makes a claim, oh, you know, we can do this in a week or so. I believe him. Why? Because I've been there, done that. And, you know, I had to work hard to learn. And I've always thought, well, what's the point of learning that? I learned that 30 years ago. What's the point? The point is today in 2024, I'm here and able to talk to you about this. And it's not that, you know, I don't have access to the advanced technology, and I don't have access to the research and development. So, you know, I'm groping in the dark just like you are, except that, you know, I have a basis of knowledge that is consistent, and it's not theory, it's been proven. And the fact that conventional science or conventional education system doesn't want to recognize it, that's not my problem. Okay, because I don't have to pay for, you know, those kind of treatments anymore. I paid enough. So, you know, and then I'm not bragging that I was able to pay. That's not the point. The point is I was forced. Anytime you're forced to do something against your will, that's a form of terrorism. So freedom and emancipation of humanity on this planet is what the Keshe Foundation is all about. And it didn't take me long to figure it out. All I had to do was listen to the basic science, and he put a theory together which was absolutely in line with proper nuclear theory. And I made a decision within a couple of minutes, and it's been since 2015. Never, ever has it failed. And it only has to fail once to be proven that a theory is flawed. It's never been proven. Only the opposite has been proven. And in the absence of having that technology, this world would really, really be a depressing place. And this is why I bemoan, you know, Canadians, you know, for that. And you look at the Telegram channel, we don't even have 100 people, and half of those people are foreigners. When you look at the Brazilian channel, and you know, I see these beautiful get-togethers, 40 people coming into someone's home, and you know, making cups of life and Gans. What planet are you on? It's unheard of, you know. 40 people coming together and having fun making Gans. You got to be kidding. It's amazing. But you know what? That's the difference between your society and the society I've grown up in, and it's very frustrating. But we will change that because we're all connected to the peace stone. So it sounds like maybe I didn't answer your question, but what you have to understand is that there's a variety. There's a variety of conditions within the body. And so these structures that we're finding accounts for that variety. Not understanding how it works doesn't account for anything. Accepting that it does work is the first clue. Then to try and figure it out, you put forward a whole bunch of theories, and then you come up and you say, oh, well, wait a second. How come the I Ching has 64 codons, and how come the DNA has 64 codons? Stupid Chinese. They knew this 2,000 years ago, and they codified it. They put it in books. We have a lot of nerve calling them like that. So they knew this. They knew it 10,000 years ago. They knew this. This is the universal knowledge. It's just like Mr. Keshe said, we're just learning the universal knowledge. That's the difference. We didn't discover anything. We didn't invent anything. We're just understanding the purpose of us being here. But the difficult thing is to understand how it works in such a way that you can explain it to somebody else. And it's only because everybody on this panel is allowing me to talk and explain this in this kind of detail that we can achieve a certain kind of understanding. And then that becomes your foundation. And then you interpret it however it's comfortable for you. But this isn't theory. This
Thank
is
you,
fact.
Alex.
Thank you. Thank you
So
so much.
beautiful. So beautiful what you said. Thank you. Thank you, Joseph, for your question too.
Well, Mark, you can clearly see that, powerful questions like Joseph and Claudia brought up, means we're really working hard to understand this much better.
Appreciate that. And Ike, would you like to try a final question from Ike?
Sure. Yeah. Hi, Ike.
I see DLB is back with us. He may have something, Dean Lloyd. But Ike asks, is the x-axis, y-axis, and z-axis representation same as a plasma, principle, transition, and matter?
Yes.
Okay, that was a quick answer.
Had to offset the long answers they had before. No, Ike is really tuning into this.
Okay. Anyone else? I see Selena is here.
Hi, Mark.
Hello, dear.
Thank you, Alex. Your teaching was very, very nice. Very good. Mark, you went to the China, right? What is your in there?
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. I'd go back in no time. No time at all. Yeah. Yeah. Very interesting. Didn't have a long time to explore the culture or anything. I mean, you have a 20,000 year continuous culture there, but very nice, very friendly, very safe.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Did you get to go to the beach at all, Mark?
Oh, yeah. Well, the pool. I was at the pool a couple days, and the sun is pretty strong. You really need to be in the shade unless you're already tanned up. I got a little bit of a burn, but not much. it's almost directly overhead. It's sort of like Hawaii, quite a strong sun. Even though it's the same sun, I guess it's the angle of inclination that it hits. Any other thoughts or questions anyone wants to raise?
Um, uh, I want to say something a little bit about the knowledge. We try to study books and understand knowledge. We think we gather knowledge, but from my experience, I understand knowledge is all knowledge is there with us, and we need to go inside ourselves to get that knowledge, not from the outside, from books and other places, because the knowledge was here before, and that's why Chinese people a lot of stuff know before, because who get the knowledge, who keep the knowledge, it is with them, but we don't believe ourselves, we don't believe our soul. That's why we try to find here and there. At the end, when we come back home to inside ourselves, then we will get the knowledge. You know, everybody, we feel that, but we don't try to find that. I think so. We need to find that in ourselves, not outside ourselves. That's it.
Or increase the vibration or the energy level of the amino acids. That seems to have some sort of effect on increasing knowledge that's already there. You're sort of finding what you missed, perhaps.
Yes, yes.
And that C14 has a way of putting more energy into the amino acid, if I'm understanding it correctly, which allows for a higher level of intellect, intelligence, or knowledge that Mr. Keshe said, with operating in that dimension of energy, there's a lot of knowledge that we didn't even have a clue about. But like you said, he's also said it's all within us. Your RNA carries the creation of the entire universe within it. So it's there. It's a matter of tapping into it. Probably through higher energy sources.
Yes, we need to open ourselves. Like nano coating, if we open ourselves, everything, like relax the body and open the heart and everything, the knowledge will be there. We'll gather the knowledge in ourselves. Everything inside us, not outside. But we don't believe ourselves. That is the main part.
Yeah, that's what I wonder about this universal community floating around and traveling around for millions of billions of years have not hit on it. They're still traveling in the craft. So it is there, the knowledge is there, but sometimes unless it's gifted to you or pointed out very clearly, you won't find it. It doesn't seem like it's that easy to come across and understand it in the universe. He said they're scratching their heads wondering how they missed it, even though, as you say, it was there all the time.
Do you want me to say about my spaceship experience?
Why not?
Why not? Okay.
If you're happy
So,
to share, then fine.
No, I shared in the Dick show, right? It was there. So a lot of us wasn't there, right? So maybe we can hear and understand a little bit more. So I think so 4 years ago, I will say the first time experience and then second time. 4 years ago, I think so almost, in your show, I told about my first experience. That was, it was my old house, and the house was like 2,000 square feet. 2,000, yes, 2,000 square feet. And then the experience happened. I used to take my daughter to the bus station, and she goes to the downtown in university. So after that, she take the bus. So I used to drive her to the bus station. And then that morning, I woke up before her. I have to go early, so that was still dark. That was that time. So I woke early, and then I get ready, and I call her to get ready. So she went to the restroom and getting ready. So I have time. So I went to the bed, the second floor, went to the bed and laying down and watching the fan is on. So I'm looking at the fan, and suddenly I felt I am not. I'm inside something, and it is like a spaceship. My house is 2,000 square feet, but it felt like two sides of the spaceship is bigger than my house. And I'm trying to lift it up, and I'm seeing outside is very bright, is like noon, but it was dark that time still. And then I I felt I'm levitating, and then my body was almost touching the fan. I felt like that. And then suddenly I thought, oh my God, my body now is going to be touch the fan. And then when I thought that, and then one side of my spaceship is rubbing the ground, which side is the restroom of my daughter's bathroom, which side. So that side is rubbing. It is the backyard side, the cement. So again, and try lift it up, and then again rub, like 3-4 times it happened. And suddenly I lifted up, and then my other side of the spaceship, I saw my spaceship is front side is like Florida side, and back side is New York side. South and north. North is the back. And then other side is somebody is coming, one man. I know that time I didn't tell, because it felt like maybe somebody will say I'm crazy or something. That's why a lot of things I don't share. So now I get little bit confidence, I can say. The other side of my spaceship, with another spaceship coming, that was riding one man, and then he just when he saw I'm lifted up, and he slowed his one, and then he saw me and laughed, and then he go back, but he is going in like in north, New York side. So that happened. And then my daughter get ready, and she's calling me, and then I came up, and she's saying, oh mom, I have big tub in my backyard. There is a plant, big fruit tree, and then plant. So she's saying, oh, somebody moving your tub, ma. I heard noise. So that was that time. And we have a friend, nobody will be there, So I tell her I was laughing. Oh, your mom, especially was rubbing the cement. That's why you heard the noise. So she thought I'm just kidding, joking. Actually, I'm joking. Still, I don't know how she heard. It is my experience how she heard the noise. That is still I'm confused. So this was my first experience. It's 4 years ago. And a few months ago, the second experience, it was really different. My uncle was died in New Jersey a few months ago. So he was suffering a long time. So I have a soul touch with him, and I always feel his emotion. Used to. So when he is died, he was sick, very long time, and he had a lot of family problems too. So I used to, whatever we have touch, really, really good heart to heart touch. So when he dies, so that day I was, after his funeral and everything, I was in my new house now, that time in Georgia. So I'm thinking about him. I felt very sad about him and a little bit relaxed too. You know, he feel a lot. He suffered a lot. So I felt maybe his physical body will now will be good and release everything. And then I used to feel sad when I thought about him. Maybe I'm not gonna see physically him. That time I was thinking about that. So I went bed early that day, like 6, 7 o'clock, and then I fall asleep. And then my husband came from work, and whatever it happened, I don't know. I was asleep, and then he went to bed, and then like 1:15, I woke up in the middle of the night. So when I woke up, I didn't do anything. Just I sat down. I took the pillow from my head and put it in the backside, and then I sat in meditation in my bed. And then my husband took up and he went to the bathroom and then come back. I hear every noise. I saw a few times. I opened my eyes and then closed. And my side wall of bed, there was big window, very big window, like almost a whole wall. And suddenly I felt in my room there is two kinds of field. The other one side of the field, whole room, is a little bit thicker, darker, a little bit darker, not darker, is there is the light, dim light, but other side is very lighter. There is no thickness, and then there was dark, but it is clear. I can explain the field. It was two type of field, and I'm seeing from my body to my side of the bed to the window is some kinds of field opening, and then it's like a Asian gourd. The vegetable big one is like big size is my side. It's look like the field is that shape, and then it went outside, and suddenly I felt I'm in outside. I'm in space, and I'm seeing the lot of star and everything, and the spaceship felt like very big. It is very big, like a big football field, and I'm standing in front of the like this cockpit you say in the plane, right? The front side. I'm in the front side, and it was like a dome. It was like a dome, glass dome, and I'm seeing everything. Is everything clear, open? And then there was a screen in the front side, and it was black, rectangular, big screen, and there was silvery whitish color is writing is coming from the screen, one side to another. Is one side is coming and another side is going. I'm watching the screen, and I felt I was so peaceful. My whole body is like air. I'm feeling very peaceful, and suddenly I saw my right side. There was a man standing, and it was in front of him. There was a glass table like a stuff, but there is no leg, but something in front of him. But I'm seeing the space is round, so I'm seeing his backside, not front side. But his table is two side I'm seeing, and he is look like an ant, and it was man. It was man, but look like ant. And
Mhm.
he was feel very shiny. and and then I didn't feel anything. Just I felt I am there. It is mine. Everything is mine. And I felt he's helping me. Whatever he's doing there, he's helping me. And when I saw the front screen, and suddenly I looked it up a little bit. My hand, it felt like is a man hand, and it is skinny, and it is brown, not black. It is brown, darker brown, and it maybe he is tall. And in front of the screen there was geometries coming one side to another. I'm watching that, and that time I understood. I'm driving. I'm navigating the spaceship.
Very nice. We were covering that a little bit earlier about the matter state that the UFOs use.
Yeah.
And we're so enamored with them, we think they're very advanced, but he said they're just operating in the matter state with their craft.
Yeah.
Not
But
much
it felt
different
like
than
it is.
us. Yeah.
It felt like emotion. I think so. It is connected to my brain.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that. It is.
Beautiful.
And then
Beautiful.
the screen is nobody seeing except me. I feel like that. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. Yes, we all have different experiences, but we're trying to get that energy dimension, which up to now we haven't really interacted, I don't think that much. The dream state, yes, but Mr. Keshe seems to indicate it's emotions and energy. And that's the existence in the universal condition. I don't know if you travel in the matter state, then you'll interact with those beings in the matter state and their craft. If you travel in the dimension of energy, I guess it's more of an energy and an emotion interaction. And this is what the cosmic rays, this C14 and other things are going to help us to understand. And then in that dimension, there's all sorts of knowledge that we can absorb that we had no clue even existed, even though it's always been there, as you say. The knowledge is there. It's just getting into that dimension and absorbing
Another
it.
thing.
Yes.
Another thing, Mark. I understand right now. There is a layer. There is a layer. The first spaceship, I think so. It is closer to Earth. It works maybe closer, and then the other one, it felt like it is another layer. I think so. We have layer.
Another
Lots.
dimension.
Yes. Yes.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
it's
Very
worth doing.
good. Thank you for sharing. I
Thank
know
you.
some people don't feel comfortable in sharing in an open crowd, but with us, I think we're very well accepting of your experience. We're not questioning it and we're not doubting it. We thank you for
Yes.
sharing.
Yes. Thank you.
Can you
Okay.
imagine that some of the craft, some of these ETs are looking down at Earth and saying, we've been here millions of years and here's this human guy on Earth. He figured it out and we didn't. That's another question that could be going
Yeah.
through the universe.
Yeah. Yeah. They're a little bit envious, Mr. Keshe said, of mankind at this point. But they'll have it too. All the created beings will be able to transit between the two dimensions, as I understand it. So it's a gift from the creator in a way. To all
Mark,
of the created. Yes. Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask you, on March 21st, it was announced in the China news about the new hydrogen train. Did you see that when you were there?
I did not. I didn't ride on any trains, but yeah, I think I saw a picture that you actually had of it. And this is, again, matter state, hydrogen and so on.
Yeah, but it's not a hydrogen fuel cell.
Okay.
And you don't measure hydrogen in kilowatts. they were able to produce the hydrogen on board,
Mhm.
and then they were converting it to electricity. And the electricity was 5 kilowatts on demand.
Mhm.
Sound familiar?
Yes, where was the hydrogen coming from? They were cracking water, or were they had a tank of hydrogen?
No, Mark. They were producing it.
Out of the
Uh,
fields.
Yes.
Oh, good. Very nice.
I want to say something in here. Like more than 18 years, I think so. I was in Utah that time. 3 years I was there, and that time I used to feel like my body was like a electricity post all the time. Everything shocking. If my daughter want to touch me, they feel shock, and I had very powerful electric feelings in my body.
A lot of
And
static electricity, they call that?
yeah, and if I used to go to sleep, and then if I suddenly move my blanket, there was what is that? Is thunder time is happen?
Mhm.
Those kinds of 4 or 5 places is happening inside my blanket because of the electricity. It happened 3 years. I was feeling. I can't explain it.
Was a shocking
It's like
experience.
yeah, 3 years is happened, and after that, my experience is happening. Maybe there is some kinds of relation in the electricity. That's why I want to say something. Maybe we need to increase electricity in our body or something.
I think it's the energy in the amino acids that gets energized by the C14. And that
Maybe.
does a connection, I think, to a different dimension and different knowledges, and perhaps more and more we'll
Yeah.
be experiencing it, I think, as we move along this path of enlightenment. But it's for everyone to choose whether the matter state or the plasma state. But he said at one point you could take part of your trip on a craft and part of your trip in the dimension of energy. So he said a lot of different things, but this is what apparently is coming through in this latest workshop about moving and leaving the matter state behind. So it's a choice for everyone, and we all have the option depending on which way you want to move. Okay, talking about craft and flying, perhaps we'll play the commemorative video of our first person on the moon in the plasma state. Our Neil Armstrong and Marius had made a short video, which we've all seen, of the ship. It does have a craft in there, but the person actually transmuted in the dimension of energy and was on the moon. His physicality stayed on the planet. So we can play that in the final disclaimer, and then the meeting will come to an end. Is there anyone else with anything else they want to mention or discuss?
Thank you so much, Mark. We'll see you
You're
next week.
very welcome. I'm sure Alex was willing to take another question or maybe two. If not, no problem. We'll just continue on. Thank you all for joining, and may you be proud of the work you do. May you be proud of the person you are, and may you be proud of the difference you make. Thank you all for being here. Have an amazing rest of your day. We'll play the flight system here, the final disclaimer, and the meeting will end.
Mark, share the screen. Mark, share the screen. Open your mic.
It says his mic is open, but
express or
oh, there he goes.
implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.